Action, and whenever we're ready to start on the study session, let's go.
Be right back.
Sure. And we have no speaker cards on the study session yet.
There is one up there.
There is. Okay, thanks. All right, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you and good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Aaron Ackman, Assistant Planning Director. So tonight we are bringing you a presentation on transportation demand management. And before I go into a definition of what that is, since that's a very bureaucratic term, just a little bit of background. I've been with the city for about a year now, and I could say with certainty the number 1 and 2 issues that I hear about, and they may switch off from week to week, are traffic and parking. That's a concern I hear from everyone, both from residents to people who live here to people who are just passing by here. So with that in mind, staff received a colleagues memo and an additional council follow-up memo to have staff take a look at what type of comprehensive strategy we could put to transportation issues in Palo Alto. This is something that we've done on a project-by-project or a plan-by-plan basis, taking a look at transportation issues and land use issues, but we've not had a coordinated and comprehensive effort before. So there were a number of directions given within that council memo, and the first one was to set up a study session with transportation demand management experts, and that's why we're here tonight. So what is transportation demand management, or TDM, as you'll hear us called? And I know we use abbreviations and acronyms too often, but if you do hear us say TDM, that's what it means, transportation demand management. Within the written staff report, there's a definition that I believe the San Francisco Transportation Management Authority gives, which I think is a good paragraph-type description of what typical TDM efforts are. In a sentence, it's basically coordinated policies and programs that either require or provide incentives for taking transit, carpooling, biking, or walking. In other words, its a primary goal is to reduce solo driving. We all know that most of the traffic congestion is caused by single occupancy drivers getting to where they need to go, and there's many reasons behind why that's the preferred method, everything from the land use and transportation's decisions and funding that have been made at a federal, state, and local level over the last half century. And what are the benefits? There are a number of benefits. First and foremost, it eases traffic and parking concerns when you have a successful TDM program together. There's the air quality and environmental impacts that are lessened when you take people out of single occupancy vehicles. And then, of course, overall improved quality of life. And that's both improved quality of life for the people that have an option of being able to take transit and not having to be stuck in traffic. And for those that don't have an option and still need to drive in their car, improved quality of life because they're able to get from point A to point B quicker and with less of a headache. So in terms of next steps before I turn it over to our speakers, there's a number of existing TDM-related policies and programs that are ongoing within the city. We'll continue to implement those and see how they fit into a more comprehensive picture. We'll work on developing this more comprehensive TDM framework. And then what we're going to do is, the next step per the colleagues' memo is in February, based on some of the discussion that we have tonight, some of the things that we've learned tonight and what we've been developing internally, is bring back incentives, funding sources, and the overall structure and potential TDM boundaries, district boundaries for council input and consideration in February. I'd also like to, in addition to our speakers tonight, who I'll introduce in a second, we've also been talking with East Palo Alto staff, who has their own shuttle system. As the council knows, there's a number of East Palo Alto residents that work within downtown Palo Alto, and that's just one part of having a coordinated effort, is working effectively with our neighbors as they're dealing with many of the same issues that we are. And I believe East Palo Alto staff is in the audience tonight. So tonight we have 3 different agencies that are here. We have our private sector companies as well. We have Lynette Tanner Busby from the Contra Costa Center. I'll introduce them one at a time. She's been with the center since 1989, creating innovative TDM programs that have reduced single occupancy vehicles to the Contra Costa Center, which is next to the Pleasant Hill BART station. And it's resulted in about a 30 to 35% reduction in overall single occupancy drivers. They've also, which is interesting, is the John Muir Health Center, which is about 2 miles from the Pleasant Hill BART station, has also bought into this network, and they've also had similar returns. I'll introduce them one at a time, but then Kevin Matthey from Google will speak next, and that will be followed by Brody. So at this point, I will turn it over to Lynette, and I'll open her presentation here. Is this yours?
Yes.
All right. Here's the clicker if you just want to click over.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Nice to be here tonight. Coming over from the Contra Costa Center Transit Village, which let me just give you a little brief background of who we are and where we're located. We are a 125-acre development of 2 million square feet of office located around the Pleasant Hill Contra Costa Center BART station. There's 14 private property owners involved in the Contra Costa Center. We have 7,000 employees, 6,000 residents, and 6,000 BART riders a day that encompass the area. I want to talk a little bit about, if we can just, I have a PowerPoint there. Oh, I remember clicking through here. The center started in 1988 with a primary function of the property owners and the county to build a development, a transit village around a BART station. They worked together furiously to make this happen, and one of the things they decided is, as different property owners, whether they're single-tenant or multi-tenant projects, working together as one was the best way to go about it. So they formed the Contra Costa Center Association. One of the biggest pieces of the center, excluding BART, is our TDM program. Oops, let me go back on that here. Sorry.
Want to go to the next slide?
Yeah, no, let's go back. Can we go back just one? Excuse me. So in 1988, when the project area was getting started, they collected from each property owner 50 cents per square foot according to their square footage, which amounted to about $1.5 million. The county was sort of the bank and took the money and held it for us until our employee base got big enough to utilize those dollars. As we went on, money does go away. So we decided, as property owners, that we would form an assessment district. They all voted on doing that, to put what we call together M31. M31 collects about $270,000 a year specifically devoted to TDM. You know, I am having trouble here. I'm sorry that.
Slide?
Yes. Transportation demand management strategies were one of our main concerns, and when I came to the center, there was about 3,000 employees. So as we progressed on, we had to come up with plans to alleviate the traffic. And one reason, because when the neighbors were involved and the residents, we had to reduce the traffic coming into the center for them to agree to build these projects. So as time went on, we decided that we had to have a successful TDM program, which I think is thoughtfulness, determination, and motivating someone. Our program is very hands-on. It's ease of participation. It's accessibility and meaningful incentives for the employees to take an alternative. The Contra Costa Center, at the beginning, money was available through Caltrans, our local funding, 511 Contra Costa area. So we try to get as many grants as we can to add to our programs. But as time, we started with van pooling. We were able to get 12 vans from Caltrans, a grant, to start van pooling. But as time goes on, I can say that from experience, van pooling is not the most successful program in today's world at the Contra Costa Center or at John Muir Hospital. We found carpooling and giving incentives for that made much more sense. One of our biggest on our TDM program today, we do personal commute planning. People call the office, we take care of them immediately or within the next 12 hours, usually. We have a hotline, we call it. We have discounted BART tickets, ride-sharing incentives, bike to work, guaranteed ride home, midday shuttle, and a Green Fleet program. And as we go on, I'll give you a little bit of background. We are an authorized Clipper card dealer. We want to make it as easy as possible, and I think that's part of the success of the programs with John Muir Health and with the Contra Costa Center, making it easy for people to get their transit fares. Now, Clipper card, met with MTC and Clipper card and said, you know, I just can't have people go to Ace Hardware, Walgreens to get their tickets. Can we be a vendor? So we are an authorized Clipper card vendor to subsidize our employees. We also do bus passes, 50% off on bus passes. County Connection, our local transit agency, is not a member of the Clipper card, so we do it entirely a different way. They send me their receipt, they fill out a form, we send them a check back. It's just as easy as possible. You have to be very hands-on with these programs to make it convenient for people. We have 2 or more people in our carpool programs. We have about 100 carpools within the John Muir system and 50 carpools at the Contra Costa Center. We do incentive for biking and walking. Guaranteed Ride Home, I have to say, is one of the best programs going. It's not an expensive program to run, but it gives people the security and the secure feeling of, oh, if I take public transit, how am I going to get home? That is one of the most successful low-cost programs I think one can do in today's world to give you that peace of mind. We also, we have a noontime shuttle. So let's not drive. Let's take the noontime shuttle down to 2 shopping areas that they run between the projects down to the Contra Costa Bancroft shopping area. And during the holidays, we take a shuttle 2 days a week to the city of Pleasant Hill to help promote shopping to the city. One of the other things that's it's a plus for us, I think, if you drive to work, you can't take advantage of my car sharing program, but if you take an alternative to work, we decided years ago, Zipcar didn't want to come to the Contra Costa Center. They thought we were too rural, so we decided to start our own program. We have 2 smart cars and 2 Nissan Leafs that if you take an alternative to work, that you can go online, reserve these vehicles, and take them out. It's an automated system. Also, we have 9 Segways, 8 bikes for people to use during the day, always making it easy for people to leave their car at home, to move on, be able to get around the area to doctor's appointments, meetings, so on. Accountability. That's very important to us. We have to report back to the county. We report to the city of Walnut Creek, the city of Pleasant Hill, Concord. Everyone wants to know how we're doing in our transportation efforts. 30% to 35% of the employees take an alternative, and every 3 years we survey the employees. Of course, I do that with a little subsidy to them too. Come down, you can have a burrito, but fill out your survey, and that sort of works. You give them a little incentive even to fill out a survey, and that works quite well for us. So over the past 20 years, it has never been lower than 30% of taking an alternative to work. We've received numerous awards from the Planning Association, MTC, Sustainable Contra Costa for the great planning efforts that everyone thought of many, many years ago. It's been a work in progress. Let's go back. You're going to have to help me again, Aaron. Go back to one. The other partnership that we have, John Muir has expanded like all hospitals expanded. They're in Walnut Creek and Concord. The neighbors, as everywhere else, do not want traffic come into the area, and with expansions of hospitals as well as developments, they needed to have a TDM program in place. So we had been doing it for years, and they came to us, and we put together their program for them as well. We're very hands-on. People call from the hospital, call our office, we answer them. We take care of all their needs. We created the policy and procedures for the hospital as well, direct access for the employees through the commuter hotline. We provide the TDM reports to the cities. We coordinate the surveys with the employees. We have over 100 carpools with the hospitals, which works great. And We're around all the time. We develop all the marketing materials in-house. Basically, the Contra Costa Center is very hands-on in promoting and taking care of their employees. Carpooling, van pooling, personal ride matching is a big part of everything. John Muir Hospital, like everyone, when they expanded, the neighbors did not want them driving in their neighborhood. We found outlying parking lots, but valet parking is not considered TDM, so we couldn't do that for the employees, so we had to push an alternative. Now, the Pleasant Hill Contra Costa Center BART station is about 4 miles from the hospital. Instead of running a shuttle back and forth, we do cabs. It was much more economical for us to get a contract with a cab company. We give the employees vouchers. There's no money that passes with the employees, so that helps promote taking an alternative as well, the easiest way possible. We also give cash incentives for the employees. Once a month, we do drawings of whoever takes an alternative. We keep our cards ready. They send them in to us. We have drawings. They can win up to $200 a month. So there's always that little perk to try to get people to take an alternative. Our programs, I think, have been successful over the years because we're very hands-on, ease of participation, always coming up with a new plan to get someone out of their car, meaningful incentives. But I think the biggest part of our whole program has been partnerships with John Muir Hospital, partnerships with the local cities, always keeping abreast of the new plans out there and what we can do. Recently, we received from the Department of Energy a grant for $160,000 for charging stations, and that's one of the little stories. No one of the owners wanted to put charging stations in, it's not even the hospital, and I finally convinced them, come on, let's do that. I am getting more today because they're so popular, and I don't just mean with Teslas. We have a lot of different brands that people use. We probably have over 30 between the two facilities. I have to write letters to ask people to please move their cars so the next person can charge. So that's been a very successful program. And I think during the day, having the green fleet, we call it, rooms available, that makes it easy for people to decide how to get to work. But I think Guaranteed Ride Home is a very popular program to help. That's kind of in a nutshell about the TDM program, and we're always adding to it and trying to do the best thing we can to get people out of their cars. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette. Through the mayor, do you think we should go one by one, or would you like to hear them all before the council asks questions?
I think it'd be better to hear them all, Frank.
Okay, great. So the next speaker is Kevin Matthey from Google. Kevin has been a transportation manager for over 3 years, developing, implementing, and managing transportation programs. Since 2007, he has held the position of transportation manager with Google. In addition to being responsible for Google's Mountain View transportation program and systems, Kevin is responsible for managing Google's global transportation programs. Prior to joining Google, Kevin spent the previous 20 years at Cal and Stanford University managing the transportation and parking programs. So I'll turn it over to Kevin at this point.
Good evening. How are you guys doing? It's actually been over 30 years versus 3, but I appreciate you making me feel much younger than what I am. Another interesting factoid is my years in academia, I was 2-18 in big games. So each one of the athletic directors was very happy that I left their institutions. Great. Okay, just to kind of set the stage, for those of you not familiar, Google is the corporate headquarters is located in the North Bay Shore Business Park, just in Mountain View. Roughly, we house about 45 buildings, and we have a current campus population about 20 to 25,000 employees, contractors, and vendors that work at that one location. What I'm going to do is talk about our transportation programs, the key to our successes, our program challenges and opportunities, and I think we'll probably wait until the end for a Q&A. It all starts with our leadership and the way Google thinks. I'm not going to read all the quotes, but one thing that I can say is we get tremendous support from our leadership, including Larry and Sergey, on really promoting our TDM efforts. This comes down from those folks to our Senior VP of HR and then my VP of Real Estate and Workplace Services. So the key component to our success is actually the support we get from the higher-ups. This is our splash page. We've got, we put our TDM efforts into 4 separate categories or 4 separate buckets: shuttles, bikes, carpooling or car sharing, and then alternatives. I won't go into a lot of these because I've got the detail behind it, but by far the shuttle program we operate is our flagship TDM program. Another key to our success is we figured out early on that if we could bring as many amenities to our campus, that would definitely reduce the number of vehicles coming to our campus and thus having to leave during the midday to go run errands, go grab lunch, go to the doctor's office, or whatever the case may be. So this is an ever-evolving list. We keep on adding to this list as much as possible. Obviously, the biggest thing we've got going on is our cafes, where we've got about 40 cafes for our employees to eat at during breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Carpools, we operate a traditional carpool program. Our incentive is we provide up-close parking to our employees who elect to carpool. With that, we also have casual carpool lists, and we're also looking to make some dynamic carpool applications using Google Maps as well. Van pools we offer are fully subsidized. We tend to go with a 7-passenger minivan for safety reasons. We find that the 12-passenger or 15-passenger vans sometimes can be a challenge to drive, and so we keep it to the smaller vans. They're generally served, we generally have van pools where we do not operate our shuttle program, and as an incentive we allow the employees to use the vans for personal use on weekends and during the evening times. And of course, being Google, we have to make sure everything is Wi-Fi'd, and that includes our van pools. We have a G-Ride service on our campus, primarily dedicated for those who have temporary disabilities or walking impairments. We operate an on-demand service where employees either text, email, or call in our dispatch center. Then we disperse a car to take you from your origin to your destination. We offer an emergency ride home program for those employees who elect to choose alternative transportation. We've kind of sweetened the pot a little bit, and you can get a ride home in a Tesla now. So I think we have a lot of people faking illnesses so they can get that chance to take that ride. Like many others, we offer the pre-tax benefits where employees can set aside a certain amount of dollars for pre-tax on mass transit tickets and services. The self-powered commute program is one that we started at Google. SPC is for self-powered commuting, which means you will come to campus not using any form of internal combustion power. It's primarily dedicated for bicyclists, walkers, and those folks who like to jog to work. What we do is we donate to their favorite charity every time they do that, and we also provide them a free locker in one of our fitness centers so they can get a change of clothing and still have the access to the gyms and things like that. We actually have a kayaker that uses the program up in our Seattle office as well. Bicycles, bicycles, bicycles. We found that having bicycles around our campus buildings is probably the most efficient and form of transportation out there. We used to run shuttle buses connecting our buildings, but we found that very few people rode the shuttle, and they just tended to ride around empty. So we try to have at least 1,000 of our, what we call the Google bike, around our campus buildings for employees and visitors to just grab and use it to go to your next building, and it works out really well. On the left, there is one of our conference bikes. It actually seats 7 people with 1 person driving, and all 7 are pedaling. And the concept is to have a conference meeting on this bicycle. A real quick story, we tried a program called Meatless Mondays where we just serve vegetarian meals in our cafes. Well, we had a protest by our carnivores, and so they actually took 4 of the conference bikes through the In-N-Out drive-through located next to our office just to prove a point. Of course, the flagship, like I mentioned, is our shuttle program. It started out as actually one van pool back in 2004. One of our PMs was just sick and tired of the daily grind from commuting from San Francisco down to Mountain View. She actually put together a proposal to Eric Schmidt, who funded her the startup money to start a van pool. Today, the system is, I think we're up to 122 buses. We're carrying over 6,000 employees into Mountain View on a daily basis, which is 12,000 trips, so to speak, and a little bit over 35% of our campus population uses our shuttle. We have 420 scheduled departures, over 30 routes. We've got some pretty impressive green numbers where we're saving 17,000 metric tons of CO2 a year, taking well over 4,000 cars off the road and saving 70 million miles of VMT miles for that our employees would normally drive on the local freeways. I'm often asked when I present about our programs, is the first question I usually get is, how much does it cost? How much does it cost? I usually respond back, how much would it cost if we didn't do this? If you can calculate a parking space at $35,000 per, and in addition to that, the land use, it's a pretty easy decision to go ahead and do these sorts of programs. Our SOV rate is doing quite well. We're at 45%. And this is with incentive base. We do not charge for parking on our campus, so it's just strictly all carrots. We strive to have partnerships with the regional transit agencies. We developed a Muni First policy for our buses serving San Francisco, and we also collaborate with our frenemies at Apple and Genentech and Yahoo and all those folks, so that we're all working and understanding each other's programs, so literally we don't step on each other's toes when we're operating in San Francisco or some other congested areas of the Bay. The keys to our success, the Google culture, obviously, listening and responding to feedback. As I mentioned, working with the local agencies. We monitor the service on a daily basis. All the buses are tied into a real-time transportation management system where we know how many people are on each bus, what time the bus is arriving, what time it's departing, so on and so forth. We actually share this information with our employees so they can see the buses in real time on a Google map, so they can calculate how far their bus is from their stop. We can make changes on an hourly basis. Sometimes if we know there's a huge traffic problem, we can change our schedule from morning to night, and we've got the ability and the capability to get that information out to all of our employees in a moment's notice. Transparency, we share all of our information with our employees so they know the state of the shuttle that they're riding and the state of our programs. And then we also let the data drive the decision. One part that I think I left out of this presentation is our car share programs. Let me just talk on that a little bit. We've got 640 level 2 charging stations we installed on our campus. We've got an electric car share fleet of 65 cars to date, all electric, that we loan out to our employees who do take an alternative transportation. And we have a global relationship with Zipcar, where every employee has free membership with their program. And then depending on the city, each city has a discounted rate for Google employees to use the Zipcar service program. Our challenges, scalability, obviously, we went from one van in 2004 to 120 buses in 2013, and we continue to grow at a very incredible rate. Managing the data, you know, Google is a data-driven decision, but you have to decide what data is good data to look at and analyze, and what data you just need to let go because you just don't have the time to fully analyze everything. Vendor management, not all vendors are created equal. We've got some vendors that we needed a lot of hand-holding. Other vendors do a fantastic job for us, so vendors are a very important component of our programs. Managing the expectations of our employees. Obviously, they're very highly educated, highly informed. I often say I've got 20,000 transportation experts on the Google campus, and no one's proven me wrong yet. And the big thing we deal with, even though I do have a highly educated workforce, is lost and found. On average, we lose about 5,000 things a day or a year, and I actually have one full-time employee. That's all his job is go back and forth and match up phones and tablets and everything else with the employees. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Next up is Brody Hamilton from Stanford. Brody is the Director of Parking and Transportation Services, where he oversees the parking, shuttle, charter bus, bicycle, and TDM programs at Stanford, and he's been with Stanford for the past 13 years. And I will get his presentation up. If you want to hand me your mouse.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to give you a real quick overview. Normally, an overview of our program takes about 45 minutes to an hour, but I'm going to do it in 10 minutes and talk really fast. Aaron had given a definition of TDM, and this is the one that we've been using. It's not only getting people out of drive-alone vehicles, but also looking at other opportunities to move people either in time or in space. So there are other ways of dealing with traffic issues. These are some of the reasons that Stanford is doing transportation demand management, the community relations aspect of it, dealing with our traffic mitigation issues, and providing Marguerite service on campus as well as out to some areas of the community. The environmental sustainability aspects of it. Employee well-being. I think that we get lots of stories back to us talking about the benefits associated with using alternative transportation. And then lastly, the reduced investment in parking, and I'll show you a slide on that in a little bit. In putting together the program, Stanford's had TDM for a number of years, and in fall of 2002, we really embarked upon a program to enhance dramatically our TDM program. And the approach we used was yes, but, trying to answer that question that commuters might approach. I'd use alternative transportation, but. And we tried to come up with the responses to the but. Well, I take the train, but it was too expensive. Okay, it's free. I'd use alternative transportation, but sometimes my kids get sick and I have to get home. Great, we've got an emergency ride home. Well, I'd use alternative transportation, but sometimes I need a car for business or personal. Great, we've got Zipcar, and if you're in our commute club, we'll give it to you for free. So we went through and looked at so many of the excuses people could come up with and tried to develop a program that would address many of those issues. I don't plan on going through all of these, but these are the basic program elements that we provide. I think some of the basics are on there. Something that's different than, this doesn't work on this, does it? No. The parking fees is the one stick that we have on campus, and the rest are really the carrots. And some of the bigger aspects of our program, the EcoPass, GoPass. GoPass started as the UPass with Caltrain and Stanford in 2003, and about halfway through that year they expanded it to the GoPass program and offered it to other employers, and it's been very successful. Car sharing, we've got Zipcar on campus, currently about 62 vehicles. In addition to partnering with VTA and Caltrain, we've partnered with AC Transit to create the East Bay Express to bring around 300 people a day over from the East Bay, sharing the expense with those folks. Personal outreach, lots of promotional activities, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And a very extensive website, so extensive and so dense right now, we're looking at redesigning that so it's a little more usable or user-friendly. We also have what we call the Commute Club, and that is made up of everybody on campus who is committed not to driving alone to campus. We reward those individuals with up to $300 a year and provide a variety of other benefits associated with not driving alone. We even pay people to go out and recruit other people that have parking permits to join our commute club, and we'll reward both of them. So we've got our little ambassadors out there working for us as well. Lots of other benefits that we provide, lots of prize drawings and things. We have two programs, typically a year in the fall and then in the spring, and provide all kinds of wonderful prizes. Also, we have a lot of promotional activities, some of which transportation love stories, picture my commute, things like that to try to get people engaged in working with us. And we've had some pretty amazing stories come out. It's really telling people why they love their alternative transportation, but we did have an actual love story. A couple that was riding a tandem that ended up getting married, so that was kind of cool. To deal with some of the overload that Google and others are experiencing on their transportation, we've had to expand dramatically our Marguerite fleet. Currently, we're up to 60 buses in a variety of formats. We now have 5 diesel-electric hybrids, and we currently have 3 pure electric buses on the campus that we're experimenting with, and it looks like we're going to be able to get those routes completed on one charge in the day. So it's looking very promising for those. Can't emphasize enough the importance of promoting and educating people about the programs that are available. We do a lot to engage the people on campus to show them that the programs that are available and people are encouraged to use them. It's the Commute Club and other things are made up of the people on the campus. So as I mentioned, we have kind of an ambassador program going, and we try to always put a face on the people out there that are using alternative transportation. These are some of the people that responded to our tell us about your commute thing. If you go to our website, click on a face, it tells you their story, and there's some really interesting stories. We've tried to promote it from, or we have promoted it from a health standpoint, from a financial benefit standpoint, from an environmental standpoint. We've found a number of professors that happen to be Commute Club members that have worked with us on some of the promotions. Got Glaciers was an interesting. We took that as a takeoff from Got Milk and started on our campaign, and then the professor that we were working with said, "Those aren't glaciers, that's sea ice." So midstream, we changed our program and started promoting the Got Sea Ice, and it seemed to work. Everybody enjoyed that. We take advantage of things that are going on at a particular time. This we went out with when the gas prices were getting up close to $5 and got people to commit to drawing a line in the sand, and when the gas gets to a certain price, I'm going to take alternative transportation, and had a lot of people make the switch. We won the Rose Bowl last year, so we tried to take advantage of that as part of our marketing as well. And we were celebrating the 10-year birthday anniversary of the Commute Club, so we got 300 of our closest friends together and fed them cupcakes, and they all showed up. We do a lot of analysis of where people are coming from, especially those people that have parking permits, and try to figure out, are there ways that we could present to them in different ways the benefits of using alternative transportation. So that's sort of an ongoing effort. Metrics, as with Google and others, very important to us. We made sure that when we started our enhanced program in 2002, we did some baseline data collection, and each year collect a considerable amount of data. Trip counts, commute mode surveys. We do a survey that we send out to everybody on campus once a year, looking at trends like our Commute Club membership, parking demand, Marguerite ridership, and so on. Always the ugly chart on here. I look at the blue, that's kind of representing the drop in the number of people using driving alone. and the red is the utilization or the number of people using Caltrain. So it's increased from 2002 at about 4% level up to about 20% now. This just brings it down to basics, and the blue line is looking at our employees, and right now we're around that 46-47% drive-alone rate. Starting to level off a little, so we may have to get a little more creative on how we make inroads. Commute Club membership, again, these are the people that have committed not to driving alone. Let's say ridership was about 3,600 in 2002, and we're up to over 9,000 people that are regular alternative transportation users and member of our club. As Kevin mentioned with his program, we also monitor our CO2 levels as it relates to commuters. We also look at parking lot utilization and number of permits sold. We kind of peaked out in 2004, where a snapshot in time in February, we were around almost 23,000 parking permits valid out there, and now we're about 3,000 fewer than that, even though the campus population has grown. And the last thing I just wanted to share is the financial benefits that we've realized as it relates to parking. If we looked at everybody back in 2002 to 2004 and what their drive-alone rates were, compare that to the campus population, and said that those were the drive-alone rates that we're experiencing today, we probably would have had to have built another 3,000 parking spaces on campus. So since we're building most of our spaces underground now in structures, costing around, well, this slide's a year or two old, so it's probably more like 40,000, if not 50,000. Considerable chunk of change that's saved as a result. That's our story. Thanks.
So Aaron, turn it over to council now for questions? Or?
Turn it over to council.
We do, but we can do the speakers at the end. We often do that with study sessions so they get the benefit of the questions first.
Great.
So I'll turn it over to council. Councilmember Ness.
First of all, thank you so much for Contra Costa sending you tonight. Some of us were lucky enough to go over and visit. I wanted to call out some of the differences, and you make us look really shabby at the city. I was sitting here thinking, oh my gosh, you set such a great example at 3 different places, and it's very impressive. But Contra Costa, once again, I know it's privately owned, so that therefore you were able to bring that group together and then, but use public transportation extremely well. And looking at Google, it's amazing. I don't want to give you too much press, but on a plane, I happened to see the intern. And I must say, it's a great way to see what goes on at Google. And it's extraordinarily impressive. It really is.
A little secret, about 85% of the movie was filmed at Georgia Tech.
Oh, please not. I can't accept that. we believe it was in Mountain View. So, but Stanford is probably the entity with whom we work the most. And so I listened to that and watched and thought, I can't think of how many times, either as a city person or county person, we've negotiated with Stanford, who has committed some time ago to no new net trips, a word that I had a very hard time learning to say. But it's so clear that you have absolutely walked the talk on this. And I think what I would take from this evening is that it's going to take the same kind of extraordinary commitment on our part, probably to the point of, I'll bite my tongue on this, but saying hiring a TDM manager. It would seem to me very obvious that this is going to take commitment, and it's going to take a lot of carrots, maybe a stick or two, but certainly I can hear more carrots actually than sticks. Although I do know with Stanford that you have a measurement that you absolutely do have to meet. But Google going to, did you say 120 buses? So the one comment I would make about that, I'm not sure it's really a question, but I think what I've heard more and more is that those who are working at Google and want to buy a place look hard to find something that's located close to Google Transportation. And I found that astonishing. But I know that in San Francisco, they often advertise that an apartment is close to the Google line, a house close to the Google line, and I think that really underscores the remarkable success that you've had. Same with Contra Costa. We had a wonderful visit there, and no matter what you use to get people to fill out that questionnaire, whether it's burritos or whether it's chocolate chip cookies, I think that sends an important message. But I want to thank you so much for being here tonight, and for the motivation that I think you have provided. And we have urgency in the city, there's no question. And we will have to bite that TDM bullet. And thank you for inspiring stories that will motivate us to actually do that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Shepherd.
Okay. First off, thank you for the three of you. I've always wanted to, this is kind of a dream come true for me, because I really appreciated being able to meet Lynette last spring up in San Francisco at an event and learn just about the concept that it doesn't have to be Google designated, directed, that kind of thing, where it's just isolated to the company and their specific campus. And we do see you all over the Bay Area. Very often I'm behind some type of very large bus going up and down 101 up to the city. And also the Stanford program has been an important model for us as well, but we've never decided to venture into our own selves in Palo Alto, and to think of our district like University Avenue area as a unit where we can relook at the canvas of our parking structures and our mobilization. I think that was one of the new terms I learned when I was visiting SAP a couple weeks ago, that we need to figure out how to mobilize. Instead of how to get our car. And I was just reminded earlier today when a conversation that, back in the 50s, everybody just planned for one car in everybody's parking garage. That was it. And I know that my family has exceeded that times 5, from time to time when we went through our teenagers or kids coming home from college, that type of thing. So we're in a very different experience based on some of the inputs that we had when we decided to shift away from mass transit. And so these are some of my questions or comments. In particular, I really appreciated the value. I think Caltrans does this. When you get a Go Pass, you get to use that Go Pass whether you're going to work or not. And that kind of freedom is compelling to me. That would be very interesting to me. I know when I had to commute up to the city, even though I had to use four routes of transportation to get to my destination, I still did it because it just was easier. It was more relaxing. I think you have that in your slides. After you learn how to do it, and after you learn how to coordinate your exchange to go from one mode to the other, it's not horrible, and you can enjoy the ride and the experience. So I liked how you had expressed that you get this, you've called it in Google the global access to transit with Zip, so that if you have it as an employee because you're doing TDM, you also get it on your off time. Is that how you operate that at Google?
I think actually Brody of Stanford, they have the Go Pass or the
right, the Go Pass,
U-Pass.
but Zip cars. I'm talking Zip cars, but so they can use Zip cars in their experience as an employee at Google, but then also on their off time if they need to use it on the weekend?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So it's all part of the canvas of signing up for this program.
That's correct.
Saying,
yeah.
I will change the way I do my commute. Yeah. That also is very interesting, very valuable to me.
Yeah, it actually allowed about 25% of our employees in San Francisco not even to own a car, because we provide the commute coming down to Mountain View on the shuttles, and then we offer the Zip car program for their activities on weekends or afterwards or whatever the case may be.
Right, and so I guess what I see that in is just supporting this emerging, what I've learned the term is sharing economy, where people just don't want to own stuff. It's expensive, the insurance lapses, you have to have all these things. And my kids, I have 4 kids and 2 of them are married. one with 2 children, 2 cars between these people, and my husband and I have 3. So I think that this is shifting because they would rather spend their money on other things. And and my son's a skateboarder, so I never saw that as part of your lap of things that got done. Now what I have learned just from talking to Lynette, though, is that your area was intentionally underbuilt by 30%. Is so that when this was developed, and Stanford has a similar situation where you really are overbuilt for everybody that needs to sit down there. So you have to come up with different notes. But I found that interesting that since that was a decision that was made to operate that way, you have to have a TDM program.
Correct.
Very comprehensive.
Correct.
And so I don't know what our experience is, how much underbuilt we are. We know we're underbuilt, but we don't know what that percentage is. And if we can get there with better information, which I know we're gathering now, and it's painful to watch. It's like watching grass grow and paint dry. But we are making the types of decisions. Erin's been very helpful with that. So I think that we can move aggressively into making better decisions on this. I very much value the concept that all of you have talked about how you are very interested in making this exchange with anybody who seems worried that this won't work for them. And so you come up with, the no problem, we've got that solved for you. That personal concept, I think, until we all learn the canvas of how to do this, I think is helpful, because when I go up on the train to San Francisco, there's no guide for me on the Muni system. It's very difficult trying to figure out how to get a BART ticket, quickly. And I'm thankfully I have a Clipper card, but it's sort of a hostile world out there in the Bay Area for trying to use public transit. And so at some point, I just want to solve our problems right now, and learning from you is very important. But at some point, I would like to see, how important it is to have the public transportation, because it seems as though you have an awful lot of fleets of buses here that are doing the specific work that you need to do. And we could probably, public agencies could learn from this as well. And so at some point I'd like to do that, but right now I just want to see what we can glean from today and change the experience for Palo Alto. Thank you.
Councilmember Klein.
Thank you, and thank you for taking your time and coming down to share your thoughts with us. And members of the public watching us tonight don't know, I'll add that we have 3 of the leading experts in the whole country here tonight on these programs. And I'm not, you guys know I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that you're the best. First, to our representative from Contra Costa, could you tell me how your agency is governed?
We are 125 acres in Contra Costa County. We report to the Board of Supervisors there. We are governed, the Contra Costa Center itself has a board of directors of 14. Each property owner that's located there has a representation on the Contra Costa Center board of directors. And one thing I wanted to mention about that is that we have, 80 companies at the Contra Costa Center. They range from 1 person to where AAA has 850 there. So we're either single-tenant buildings or multi-tenant buildings. But the board of directors decided long ago that working as a group benefited them all, even though they lease separately. So TDM was just part of that program to help them expand for themselves, but work together in a partnership. So they work directly with one another.
Your 14 directors have equal votes, so that the
Yeah,
largest...
yes, they do, actually.
So the largest landowner doesn't have anything more to say than the smallest
No.
landowner?
And it's interesting with the TDM program itself. They're governed, my budget is governed by how much square footage you have. We come up with our budget. We divide it among them according to their square footage. But whether they have 1 employee in the program or 10, it doesn't work that way. They're all equal when it comes to that.
And what is your budget per year now?
On TDM?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just TDM. We have an assessment district that they voted to put in themselves about 8 years ago. It grows every year. Right now it's at 275. I'm not quite as big as Stanford and Google is. We just have 6,000 people, multi-companies there. And so every year the CPI increase happens, and that's strictly related to the TDM, what we can do for the employees, how much can we promote monetarily.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what the 275 means. That $2.
Well, we collect $275,000.
Okay.
Divided among the projects that we have going. It's actually cash benefits back to the employees. We mail them a Chevron gas card. We, supplement their BART ride. So I try to stretch my dollars as much as I can, and then over the years, whatever grants I can get out there to support those projects, I apply for, and try to benefit that way as well, whatever monies are out there. So like I said, we don't have any big, but we do have a noontime shuttle, which has worked well.
Well, my jackpot question to the three of you is this one. Since we're getting this great free advice, you all are private entities. What we're talking about as a governmental agency is trying to organize perhaps our downtown area, which has several hundred landowners, creating some type of TDM program or district, and getting buy-in from most, if not all, of those landowners, property owners, to somehow or other create something that looks like what you guys have, which is, I think, a very big challenge. But so here's your next challenge. How would you go about doing that?
Well, I have experience in running the program at Stanford, and I think that anybody, would wisely say they would need to sit down and really have a conversation about what the situation is in Palo Alto to be able to provide any advice and direction. So I'd be reluctant to throw out and say, here's the silver bullet. Again, I know how to make it work at a university. I think the situation in a local jurisdiction is quite different, and probably have to sit down and really talk about what might work for you and what might not.
Well, let me add one other thing to that. I'm assuming you guys go to national meetings of people who do what you all do. Have you ever come across a city that is doing what we're at least thinking about doing?
I'm not familiar with one.
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with one.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, I usually travel in the circles of other universities as opposed to cities.
What I can add is, and this may be something for you to consider, they're actually looking at this in Mountain View as forming a TMA, a Transportation Management Association, where you have an outside entity that basically manages the TDM for a group of businesses. They all have certain milestones they have to, or targets they have to meet, and everyone usually contributes into a general fund to help support those TDM efforts. So a TMA may be something to consider just for the conversation and see where that takes you.
Is Google part of that, or are you?
Yes, we are. We are a founding participant in the TMA for Mountain View. Right now, they're trying to decide if they want one TMA for the entire city, or if they want multiple TMAs for the different business districts they have in Mountain View.
How many companies in your district? One?
All the businesses in the North Bay Shore, LinkedIn, Intuit is out there, Microsoft's out there, and there's a number of small businesses that I don't know the names, but there's some pretty good-sized players out there in addition to us.
Do you have any idea what the total is? Under 100, more than 100?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any idea of the total number of participants?
No, it's just still in the process of being formed. It is going to be a requirement that everyone who has property in North Bay Shore has to be a member of the TMA.
Ah, okay.
One thing I'd like to add, the Contra Costa Center is a TMA. Our board of directors are incorporated to be a TMA. And one of the things that working together and doing a pilot project, starting off with something small. You know, you just can't come into a project. I believe in, let's not just sit down at the table. Let's try one thing. Let's just try one thing that everybody could agree upon on trying for your TDM program. And that's how we started years ago, but it's like we gave birth years ago, 25 years ago. You're trying to do it with a teenager and raking them in now. And you really got to have the neighbors and the homeowners be partners and come up with one project that might suit to try, to show everybody's involved and try, not to come up with a list of 10 different things that you want to try, because everybody wants to try those things. But do a pilot program to really get your feet wet on a little project to start, and then see how everybody works well with that. And I've always been a firm believer in not sitting down at the table and you have all these great ideas. Let's try one. Let's just not have a survey and say, yeah, we all want to do this. Let's just try something to see how it would work with everyone. And it's more hands-on like that.
Good. Thank you all very much.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I also want to thank you. And it's interesting, we have 3 different types of entities, all with pretty extensive long-term experience, so that you've been able to learn what worked best for you, modify it as you went along, and expand in those areas. I was glad to see in the reports a comparison of the cost avoidance with the cost of parking. Brody, can I ask you, your number per parking space that you use, 34,000, we've been using a significantly higher cost number. Any explanation that you might provide as to why yours is quite a bit lower than our range?
Yeah, that's based on a parking structure that we completed about 2 years ago. And this doesn't include any land costs. I don't know if your figure includes land costs, but I think ours would be closer to, at this point, 40 to 45,000
Okay.
Per space.
And then what's your annual cost of your program and number of, there are the participants who participate almost every day, and then there's the infrequent ones. So I'm not sure what metric would be best for you to answer that question, but I'm trying to understand approximately what it costs you per trip avoidance, or whatever meaningful metric you've come up with.
Couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but we have looked at the cost of our different programs and what they cost, and they can, I'd say, range anywhere from, in our case, $600 per person a year down to, for some of the less expensive programs, maybe $20 to $30.
And I was just running Lynette's numbers through my head at about $275,000 a year. You have 6,000 employees, and you said you had about a 30% participation rate.
You know, ours is
Oops, yes.
Sorry, excuse me. We take our budget, what we have coming in, and we decide how we can do it. Sometimes we have to limit to our participants to 100 people per BART subsidies, for the carpool subsidies. So we do the best we can to manage that money and to spread it over as much as we can. Whether you give them $5 or $20, a lot of it has to do with people just, the other companies at the Contra Costa Center come to the center and come there for that reason. They don't have to supply that demand for them for the TDM program. It comes out of the Contra Costa Center. So, but one thing I wanted to mention, the center is a little different than John Muir Hospital. John Muir runs their TDM program. I run it a little differently. I don't have to be limited on the amount of dollars there are. It's probably more similar to your programs, where if you take BART, you get half your fare paid for, or you carpool this. Where the center's program, since there's private ownership, they want to really monitor those dollars a little bit differently, and it's an assessment district, so I monitored very closely on that too. It's on your tax roll, so you have to pay it. So we run our program I run the programs both 2 different ways, with not, I wouldn't say an unlimited budget with John Muir, but it's run differently. So two different thought processes
well,
there.
I was impressed by how well you seem to stretch your dollars. I mean, that is not a big budget for as many people as you're serving. That's pretty impressive. And the other takeaway that I had really from all 3 of you was that we often hear a refrain that oh gee, you can't force people out of their cars, and this is when we talk about doing these kinds of measures, it's somehow primarily a bunch of sticks. And as Brody said, he's got 1 stick and 20 carrots. carrots, different types of carrots cost different amounts per pound, I guess, but they're a bunch of carrots. And the bottom line is that you can make some pretty tremendous impacts without telling people what they can't do, but instead making the alternatives very attractive. Is that fair to say that that's the conclusion from all three of your experiences? Yeah, great. So that's very encouraging. I won't put you on the spot right now, but as we look at trying to take experiences, and certainly two of you are our neighbors, and you have employees in our community and have strong relationships. I can see that we would benefit greatly from an expert advisory committee, and it would be wonderful if we could. Maybe that's already in the works. I don't know. The city manager started leaning forward, but I hope that we'll be able to draw more off of your experiences. So my final question is, even though you've already put in a qualifier that said, look, we can't immediately transfer our experiences from a private employer or a semi-private to what a city would do, but things that you would say are the best successes, and particularly the most cost-effective ones that you think would probably be applicable to a city. Any things that immediately rise to the top for you of what you think? Is it your bus programs? And yeah, Brady. Kevin. Sorry.
Well, in our case, based on our data, we've got about 45% of our employees that live in less than 10 miles of the Mountain View campus. Bicycles are our silver bullet. I think it's the lowest cost solution out there. There's few problems, and we've actually been actively talking with all the cities. The connectivity from one community to the next community to the next community is very lacking. And I think if there is a focus on the entire region, if you will, in this area to really improve the connectivity, which then will beget safer biking as well, to me, that's my opinion, is that's the silver bullet for this area.
That sounds like a good proposal. Brody?
I think one of the maps slides I had was a dot density map showing, or heat map showing where our people were located. And I think that would be a very important thing for the city to do, is to find out where are these folks, where are they coming from, and what kinds of opportunities would work best to get those folks in. In our case, we have a very large number of people that live within a mile or two of Caltrain, and that made perfect sense to pursue that kind of a thing. So I think that would be a first step. I think that there are probably a lot of people that live within biking distance in this area, so I think that would be certainly something to look at. But as you could see, or maybe not see, on one of those slides, we have had a huge shift to Caltrain from 4% back in 2002 to over 20% now. And that's a program that has worked really well for us. But again, that people are where that program would benefit them.
Well, and there may be some things that we have opportunities on that aren't as good as for you. I was just made aware by a member of the public today that the VTA pass, which many of us, we think Caltrain works great, and VTA buses, that's really not for us. But I was not aware that the passes for either residences, so high-density residential developments, or employers along El Camino is 30. If you have over 100 participants, it's $30 per year per resident or employee. And it was shockingly low, if that's the correct number. And so then, even if we have residents who, we only get a fairly low participation rate, and they're not taking the bus down to San Jose, they may be just taking it to downtown here and back. That sort of scenario for us is very interesting. So, well, it'll be interesting to just see how we restructure this. And as Councilmember Klein spoke about, we have different sort of governing body that we would have to create and participation. And unfortunately, we can't take your successes and just pick them up and put them down here, but we can cherry pick and learn and adapt. And so this has been real valuable. Thanks.
Councilmember Berman.
Well, as everyone else has mentioned, thank you guys very much for coming and talking with us today, and thank you for the presentations that you provided. I'm going to be taking them home and absorbing them a little more over the next 3 years, I think. But this is a great resource to have as we get started. As Councilmember Burt just mentioned, we can't necessarily cherry pick your entire, or we can't take your entire programs and have them be a solution to ours. But I think that a lot of the strategies that you guys have used can work here as well. The first one that the overarching kind of idea that came to mind to me is using alternative transportation makes a lot of sense. It makes sense from a health standpoint. It makes sense from an environmental standpoint. It makes sense from a stress standpoint, which I guess is part of health. And you can be productive while you're taking alternative transportation, which I think is the big. I have a lot of friends who live down here or work in the city or vice versa, and they get an hour and a half of work in during their commutes, whether it's Google employees or other big tech companies around here or friends that are taking Caltrain up. That can be a productive time as opposed to sitting in the car and listening to country music like I do. So there's a lot of value there. A couple of the things that you guys mentioned that I think we should incorporate are making it as easy as possible. I mean, that's got to be the kind of the goal that underlies everything that we do. We have to constantly be thinking, make it as easy as possible for folks, or else they're not going to take advantage of it. This yes, but slide I loved. I was visiting a downtown establishment earlier today and talking with a lady who works there, and we were actually talking about something we'll be discussing next week. But using Caltrain, she brought up using Caltrain, and she gave me 2 yes buts in about 30 seconds. And they're real and so we need to think of all of those and figure out ways to counteract them because it's incredibly easy to come up with excuses not to do something when what we know is what we think is most convenient. I love the idea of starting small. I think that makes a lot of sense, especially for a community like ours, where even small things will take a long time to get off the ground. So we should probably take that to heart. Zipcar, I got online over the weekend just because I was curious to see where the closest Zipcar was, and I think it was Stanford. So we don't have any. I know that staff is working on a couple of ideas with that, but I think that makes a lot of sense for giving people the flexibility of knowing that they have an option when they're here if they take public transportation to their work downtown and have a need to kind of, all pun intended, but zip off somewhere, having that ability. One question I had, and I think it was Lynette that brought it up, was the idea that you guys chose cabs over shuttles. Is that right?
We did.
So, one more.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did we tried the shuttles from the BART station to John Muir Hospital.
Which is how far?
It's about 4 miles.
Okay.
Number one, the shuttle sits there, and we find that really, if you're in management, you would rather just walk off that train, hop in a cab. Mm-hmm. But we issue vouchers, and we can kind of keep track. Everybody has their numbered vouchers. We're very hands-on on that. We give you so many vouchers a month if you take the BART train or if you take the bus in from Vacaville Vallejo, because there's no BART out that way, of course. But it was more cost beneficial for us to get a contract with the cab company to set them out, to have those shuttles run constantly.
So, and you guys were able to get a pretty good deal with the cab company?
We did, with Yellow Cab, actually, so it worked really well for us.
Great. Well, that's definitely something we'll have to keep in mind. And then the regional connectivity issue that I think it was it Kevin, did you mention that, or Bertie? I can't remember, but the need for better regional connectivity between the cities on the peninsula is... I bump into colleagues from other cities all the time at all sorts of events, and we always talk about working together on things, and then we never do. So that sounds like it's something that's primed and desperately needed, not only for Google but for Stanford and for us, and we're starting to staff just provided the results of a transportation study that we did to give us a sense for where a lot of the employees who work downtown do live. And we can kind of utilize those numbers and start hopefully working with our colleagues in other cities to make it easier on everybody. So thank you guys very much. Really appreciate it.
Councilmember Price.
Thank you so much. I've really been looking forward to having this study session, and your presentations have been fabulous, and even if we could mimic, 10% of what you do, we'd be fabulously successful. I wanted to make a couple of quick points without duplicating my colleagues. When we talk about the public sector getting involved in this, I mean, as you all know as professionals, TDM is not a new story. It's 20 plus years old. And there are many, many cities and counties that do this quite effectively. Just to rattle off a couple: DC Metro Council of Governments, Arlington County, City of San Diego, Seattle, etc. So we do have models to look at. And one thing I just found out, and you may know this, is the U.S. Green Building Council, which deals with LEED certification, has a TDM element in it, so that actually developers and others can get points for incorporating this. And I can't think of the name of the program, but there is quite a robust residential TDM process in place, and I can't remember the source of that information. I was going to ask questions about a Transportation Management Association. I know that is alive and well, and the planning director in Mountain View I've spoken to about that. Also, the other one is Moffett Park, as you know, right? Because they have a very interesting and vigorous TDM program. So one question I have is, within these various options, the one thing I didn't see, and don't you like that, it's the one little tiny thing, because you were so comprehensive, was the whole peer-to-peer concept, for instance, lift cars, sidecars, etc. Within your respective programs, do you provide that as an option for the user?
Stanford had a number of groups approach us to see if we would partner with them. We decided that we wouldn't, because primarily the concern that if we were going to provide a program like that in our environment and encourage students to take it, and there was no way of ensuring that the vehicles being loaned out were well maintained, that we just weren't going to go there. We have Enterprise Rent-A-Car, we have Zipcar on campus that are fastidious with regards to their maintenance, and we just did not want to be encouraging in any way that kind of program on the campus when we knew that there was no way of really ensuring that the vehicles were in good operating order.
Thank you. And so the issue of mobility throughout our region as a key part of economic development, I think we all concur with that. But if I were to ask each of you what is the biggest challenge, could you very briefly each respond to that? Just kind of whatever you think in terms of something that would help educate us.
Personally, our challenge is scaling and our growth, keeping up with the new hires, having to manage the bus construction, bus delivery in time for when employees will be arriving on campus can be somewhat of a stretch. So with us, it's not marketing our services because we have such a long list of people still waiting for the bus in their neighborhood or the bus in their city. So just growth in general is our biggest challenge.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I would say from my perspective for the Contra Costa Center is making it easy, accessible on the website for people to get information and not make it cumbersome for them. And with John Muir as well, being there when the new employees come in, not just saying there's BART, but there's bus, and I make everything available to them at their new employee orientation. So I think it's just easy accessibility to make a program work the best way.
I have to give you two.
Okay.
One would be changing behavior.
Yeah, I agree.
And the other is getting the information out there in this time of information overload. I mean, we try banners, we try direct emails, we put things on our parking structures, we do events, but it's hard to get the word out in many situations. So I would say it's kind of a combination of those two if we're looking at the top of the list.
Great. I'm really thrilled you're here, and this has been wonderful. Thank you.
Councilmember Holman.
Well, let me join in with the colleagues and thank you all for coming. It's much appreciated and much to be garnered by your experience. So a couple of quick things to follow on Councilmember Byrd's comment. I hope we have an advisory panel in front of us because we have much to learn. And what I'm interested in is where there might be synergies, especially with the two of you that are local, you know, Google and Stanford, where there might be synergies where we might have a program that your already successful involvement with your employees could help energize, educate, and enthuse people who work in this community. So that's one thing to consider. For Lynette, in starting small, which I think does make a whole lot of sense, is if you, not to put you on the spot, but if you happen to have any suggestions on what we might do to think about starting small. And if that's putting you on the spot, I understand, but if you happen to have any thoughts, you're welcome to provide them.
One thing I want to share that my daughter does work in Palo Alto, which is interesting, and she lives in Redwood City, so she commutes down El Camino every day. And, you know, so I hear her concerns about coming down El Camino with the traffic and everything, but, you know, her hours are irregular. You know, everybody has an excuse, even her, and a baby. So, but, you know, I think, and we've talked about this before at other events I've been out about. I'll give you an example. At the Contra Costa Center, there's another business park about 4 miles from us called Shadelands, which is in the city of Walnut Creek proper, and 50% occupied right now because their biggest problem is they're not near a BART station and they're disorganized in the business park themselves. But just recently, the city of Walnut Creek has decided to sponsor with the business owners a shuttle coming from the BART station instead of getting on the bigger bus, which kind of encumbers people after they get off the BART train. Oh, I got to wait another 20 minutes. So their participation together to run the local shuttles, smaller shuttles. But I think neighborhood shuttles bringing people into public transit works much better than anticipating them to get on that bus. If you have a neighborhood free shuttle that can bring them down to the Caltrain or bring them to the bus station to make it easier for them so they don't have to worry about, you know, 2 modes of transit too, they can just hop on that. So I'm a little different than I don't live here, so I'm looking at things in a different light on that.
Understand. Something that's been on my mind for a long time, very long time, is also how we might coordinate. This is about employees, but it's also about parking in general, is how we might coordinate between, say, for instance, the shopping center. I know you're not the shopping center representative, but with campus and Stanford Shopping Center, both, how we might get people back and forth from downtown, Town and Country Village, that sort of thing, instead of people driving from one to the other and looking for parking places, just driving around looking for parking. So it's related, not the core point that we're talking about here in terms of employees, but it still is a critical point, I think, in terms of getting people out of cars and parked once if they do drive. So I guess this could be a question for any of you. How do you measure the effectiveness and the accuracy of your program? Part of it is how many people are, say, for instance, on a shuttle bus. But how do you know that there isn't some cheating going on such that somebody drives to X point and then hops on the shuttle or, parks in the neighborhood and then, hops on a shuttle again or whatever? How do you know that those sorts of things don't happen? It's something we hear about in this community and other communities too. How do you measure that, or do you think that happens, or do you have any comments on that?
Well, in our case, we're fairly accurate because in order to ride the Google Shuttle, as an example, you have to swipe your badge on a reader that's inside the bus. So we not only know who you are, but where you got on, when you got off, and what you had for breakfast this morning. Yeah.
It's big Google Brother, isn't it?
Do you oversee NSA as well?
They're trying to give that to me.
Okay. I think it's in our case, there are probably some people that are, quote, scamming the system. When we find out that they are, then they're kicked out of our program. But there may be some folks that are taking advantage of our commute club and getting paid the $300 a month and so on, and are not really using alternative transportation for their entire route. But our impression is that's a fairly small number based on the surveys that we do. We're able to look at who responded to it, what their point of origin is, and what form of transportation they're taking. So I think it's a fairly small number in our case.
Yeah, I have to say that I think it's a small number in our case as well. And with the new Clipper card system, when someone comes to load their card, you can actually see where they're coming from. So when they sign up to get their subsidies, I know where they live. And when you run it through the system, you can actually tell if they've been using it. But our gas cards that we mail out, which is about $10,000 a month for John Muir carpoolers, we send them $50 a month Chevron cards. Every 4 months, which is a little labor intensive, but it works for us, we send out letters to both carpoolers, and they have to send them back to get their next month's subsidy. So we do that 3 times a year too. But I have to tell you, the biggest monitor is their employees, their friends. They'll call and turn them in. It's kind of interesting. It's like, okay, they're not carpooling? Oh, they're not taking BART? Yeah, you're giving them, okay, thank you. It's very interesting how they kind of watch one another too. But I don't see a lot of abuse, once in a great while, but not a tremendous amount. I think people are, trying to be good faith.
So we have big brother and little brother. Well, I agree with, I believe it was Councilmember Berman who said that I think for anything like this to be ultimately successful, we have to work also with our neighbors, Stanford being one, and certainly Menlo Park, Mountain View, East Palo Alto. I think a lot of our workers come from East Palo Alto, and I think that would be an easy population to sweep up in some kind of program like this. I guess one other thing to just sort of digress, but not, is we talked last week a little bit about a business registry, and I think one of the reasons that this points out too for us to have a business registry would help us know where our employees are located and how far they're coming from, and help us track what the utilization is of a TDM program. So I think those are my only comments right now, but thank you so very, very much for coming. It's been informative and inspirational. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your stories. It's great to hear diverse outcomes successful. I guess we live in a place where it's easy to see the goal and the target out there every time you go to San Francisco, which has very high densities. You're struck by the fact that there are residents around, there's businesses there, there's shops, there's restaurants, there's entertainment, the transit is full, you can walk. There's all these options in high density places. You three represent low density developments where you can't compete with San Francisco for that, but you're bringing about high density solutions in low density places, at least in the transportation end of it. But there's something common in what you're doing is you tend to be big employers, either single employers or 14 property owners. And you're building density that enhances the value of the business that's going on there. I'd also guess you're probably 12-hour spaces. I know if I go to any of your places at 7 o'clock at night with my grandkids, there wouldn't be much going on. I wouldn't know where to go, what to do on these silent streets. So Palo Alto is sort of in a transitional mode, is we are building density and we are moving toward larger enterprises which pay to have enhanced transit and transportation systems. But I guess I can see Palo Alto going in two different ways. One with larger, enhanced businesses whose value goes up as we get more efficient in bringing people in and out, while losing the mixed-use area. The inducement for building residences downtown goes down as the value of businesses go up. So, we're in this point of a dilemma where if the city gets engaged in fostering what you're so successful at, we'd be fostering concentrated, high-value businesses as opposed to mixed use. And I think our downtown would suffer if we had less mixed use. So I guess that's one of the messages I get from your successes, is it puts Palo Alto in something of a dilemma of where do we want to go. Luckily, we're just in the mode of exploring in our revised comp plan what we want to be. So you've helped us along.
Well, I'd also like to thank you very much for coming today. So a couple thoughts here. Lynette's the one who said that we should start small, and then someone else mentioned that Mountain View is looking at whether or not to do a citywide TMA or whether or not to do a district-wide TMA. So I think we've also been thinking the same things. I mean, we have, downtown California Avenue, we have the Stanford Research Park, and we have East Meadow Circle, and I'm sure I've forgotten something. Yeah, California Avenue, I say California Avenue. So the question becomes, we could choose one of those and start there. We could make each of those individual TMAs, or we could do more of a citywide TMA. Any thoughts as to how you'd proceed? I mean, and what the density is. Obviously, downtown's the biggest of those if you did TMA downtown. East Meadow Circle may have a real advantage in that Google may be building there, and you may bring a whole bunch and may be able to plan that into the whole thing. The Stanford Research Park would be really interesting because you don't currently do any TMA stuff or TDM at Stanford Research Park. That's not within what you do, right?
We do have an individual on staff that provides assistance to employers in the research park that have questions about transit or need some commute planning or need information about our shuttles that go through there and that sort of thing.
So any thoughts as to how we would, if you were us and we were a city, how you'd proceed on this?
Just my opinion, but I think how I would look at addressing the TMA issue would be to have a parent TMA over the city, but then have sub-TMAs for each one of your districts. Not every district, I'm assuming, is exactly the same, and so you don't want to have a blanket policy that some business districts can make and some can't. So I think having a parent TMA that kind of governs all your districts, but then have smaller TMAs that really delve in and try to solve the commute problem or the TDM problem would be the way that I would at least take a first look at it and see if that would work for you.
I have to agree on that one, because you've got smaller businesses, larger business residents, so, just have the blanket overall, and then subcommittees from there on to MAIS.
And the other takeaway I heard from is get good data. And so I guess I was going to ask you how you got good data. I mean, how would we as a city get good data? How would we figure all that out?
Well, like with Brody, we plot everyone's home location, so we know where all of our employees live. And then we also plot BART, Caltrain, park and ride lots, churches, schools, anything that we can take advantage of as far as infrastructure for even setting up park and ride lots or setting up bus routes or tying into BART or the Caltrain or whatever the case may be. So it really helps us in another fashion where it also tells us where we don't have to put shuttles. So it's not a guessing game anymore. You can really dial in your offerings to the population that you're trying to target. So I think the home data of our employees is a key component. I think Stanford uses that to their success as well. The other thing we do is we do track all of our employees' movements because of our badging system. Every door in Google has a badge reader you have to swipe, so it's just second nature on the buses. And with that information, information, we can get trends as far as when people come into work, when they like to come into work, when they like to leave, just so on and so forth. So it really helps to be able to capture at least those two data sets.
So do you think it's realistic that corporations that work, say, in downtown Palo Alto would provide that information? I mean, it seems there might be privacy concerns, or I'm just wondering how that would work from a practical point of view for a city. And I thought, Lynette, you might have faced that.
You know what, we usually go by your zip code for the employees where we are, and since we're versatile with one employer versus 14, we usually try to go by the zip codes and pinpoint where the people are coming in from. We have people come in from Sacramento or Stockton and San Francisco. And I'll be honest, when AAA moved there out of San Francisco a few years back, 42% of their employees lived on this side. So they had to commute in and get used to that because they all lived over here. So when larger companies come in, even smaller ones, I go out and try to talk with them before they move into the center, try to get a good feel about what they need, what they want, with their HR people. So I go, before they even get there, we try to pinpoint it down to help them.
And Aaron, I had a quick question for you. My recollection is on the Gateway building, there's 4 zip cars that'll be there. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
I don't know the exact number offhand, but I could get that and get back to you. It is around it.
But there are zip cars.
There are zip cars associated with it.
So we will have zip cars downtown then.
And we also are putting out an RFP related to getting some type of car sharing program within the downtown area as well.
And the other thing that seemed really fascinating was this notion that Councilmember Berman touched on, that yellow cab or cabs rides was more efficient and more effective than a van.
I think from our point of view, when it came to, I have physicians that are in the program as well. Their time is valuable. Getting in the cab, going to the hospital was not much more quicker and effective for them. They would rather drive in than take public transit. But in upper management, I find that, I don't want to say that, but I mean, they're just not inclined to get off the BART train and get in a van and wait. It's quick, easy, and efficient, and we, make it as painless as possible dollar-wise, and have an agreement with the cab company, so it just works well for us.
Were there any other things like that 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 you guys did that was sort of out of the box like that you didn't mention?
All the programs that I do today were started at the center since I've been there all these years, and I would say, if someone comes to me with an idea, we try to take it forward. The newest one that we've been working with lately is Karma, which is instead of car sharing, hop in a car at the BART station, you can do it online, knowing that someone's coming in, car matching online. But that program is going to take a while to get off the ground, even though when the BART train goes on strike, everybody wants to car share because they need to do that. But we're working on that program as well. We're always looking for something different to make people want to participate, something that's very easy for them to participate in to get them out of their car.
So I must say, when I look at these graphs, when you go from 70% down to, 45%, 46%, that's an amazing amount of people out of their cars. And, I'm thinking if we had a 15, 20% reduction in traffic in Palo Alto, it would be a different place. It really would. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you very much for participating. And it was great, Aaron. Thank you for putting it together. Oh, we do. We have a couple speakers before you leave. Chop Keenan, to be followed by Adina Levine.
Good evening, Chop Keenan, 700 Emerson. We want a Lynette.
We agree.
So RPP is certainly a critical piece of the parking puzzle and the traffic puzzle. And it's, I think, a predicate act to being able to enact an RPP. In other words, it is part of the alternative opportunities. You can't just one day wave a wand and say, you guys, you're out. You guys parking in the neighborhoods. And it seems to me RPP is a cost-effective and
TDM?
primarily cost-effective approach to those alternatives. So I think that the governance question that Larry got to is critical. We kind of need a stakeholders working framework where you get the neighborhood and the property owners downtown, city staff, some informed consultant like a Lynette, and frankly, one or two council people in that huddle. It can't be that you parachute in for one day. You need to see the process evolve. And I think that it would be critical to have the council involved in that stakeholders working group as well. Thank you.
Adina Levine to be followed by Herb Borak.
Hi, Adina Levin, Friends of Caltrain, and we've been watching this as a trend in the entire corridor. It's exciting to watch Palo Alto kind of going through this learning process, and really exciting to learn from the experts. As Councilmember Price said, Palo Alto isn't inventing this kind of thing. It has been done before. And in terms of the question that Councilmember Schmid made, has this been done in mixed use areas? The two examples that I might look at would be the city of Boulder, which has a mixed use downtown with small businesses, and they've had a very successful TDM program for many years. And another one to look at is the city of Santa Monica. So that may be a model closer to the Palo Alto downtown. Then a couple of themes across these examples. One is I was glad to see that heat map, because the right thing to do really depends on where people are coming from and then what the yes but is for them. So some people are really excited about having satellite parking. Will that solve the yes but for a set of people? There's East Palo Alto staff. Is there a set of people that there's a yes but to address for them? So that analysis was a theme. Another one was accountability. So hearing how the Contra Costa Center reports to the different government entities, as far as I can tell from looking at these programs, having that accountability is, as much as anything, what makes it work. Another thing is the goal. So Stanford is under a strict no net new trips. Santa Monica is looking at a no net new for downtown. Mountain View, where Google is setting a goal of 45% drive alone. They're very serious about it. I was at their planning commission last week, and they were making some trade-offs, and they're saying, well, we're not going to trade off against our goal. And the other thing in terms of the economics was hearing that story from Stanford about parking. Palo Alto faces a bill of tens of millions of dollars in building parking structures. And so if money can go instead into getting people out of their cars, that may be a very cost-effective way of avoiding having to build those very expensive parking structures. And lastly, in terms of starting small and then iterating, that's something I think that came from the various different programs, that these programs did not grow full-blown. Something was done, heat map, what can solve a problem, and iterate. So this could be a valuable process over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Herb Borak.
Good evening, Mayor, Sharf, and council members. Palo Alto, as with other communities, needs an internally consistent comprehensive plan, and it's been taking us a very long time to get a new comprehensive plan. The transportation element is part of that plan, and the transportation demand management is part of that transportation element. We've had three experts who represent organizations that are involved in growth. As part of our comprehensive plan, it's going to be making a decision as to whether the current comprehensive plans, limits on employment growth are correct, whether based upon our experience, we should stop before we reach those limits, or whether we should grow more. And you need to tie in TDM programs with those policy and programs of the plan, rather than start with the TDM program in the back of your mind and keep it a secret as to what your intent is and to how that relates to growth. In the case of Stanford, their general use permit that provides for a large amount of growth set a condition of no net new trips. If they built more parking structures, that would be more cars coming onto campus. So it doesn't matter what the cost of those parking structures is, it would exceed their limit on no net new growth. In both Google and in both the BART station in Contra Costa County, those are also issues of growth. In terms of the surrounding neighborhoods, as long as it is cheaper to park in the residential neighborhoods than it is to either park in the commercial areas or to take an alternative, people will have that free parking. So rather than waiting for however long a study takes on alternative transportation modes, it is the residential parking permit programs that will provide the incentive to get those TDM programs faster. So we don't need the long studies that Chop Keenan is talking about to delay residential permit parking programs. And one thing we can do is do a license plate survey in the adjoining residential neighborhoods to Stanford and compare it with their population. We'll find out very fast how many people are saying that they're taking alternative transportation but are just hopping on the shuttle and parking for free in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Stephanie Munoz.
Hello. Good evening, council members. I don't know too much about transportation, but I do know about parking. And I noticed that I was so pleased a few weeks ago when you all decided that you were finally going to get rid of those exemptions for parking. Because if somebody gets to park in a place where there's no, if somebody gets to park extra, then somebody else has to give up parking, probably somebody in the neighborhoods. So I would say that I think you should have stuck to that. And I was quite disappointed that almost immediately following, you had a couple of exemptions. One was things that were already in the plan. Well, and that's too bad, and you might find a better way of making it up to those people who were, you might say, unjustly deprived of an exemption. But then the next one was the very large building on El Camino and Portage. Really, there is just no way that 5 below market rate units can make up for 50 or 60 parking places that the building does not have inside it, and it's going to take up from the street and from other people that are entitled to that parking. So really, can't you just stick to the idea of every building being fully parked? I know that there'll be some inconvenience and probably some injustice, but you could at least try to make it up to the people that if you feel there's just been an injustice. But the no parking is never, ever going to go away. It's always going to be worse and worse and worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move to
Mr. Mayor,
could
I just make a quick
Absolutely.
statement? Thank you very much. And thank you to the colleagues for the original memo and the council's direction. This has been a great conversation, and I just would add to it thanks to our visitors. I was thinking when Councilmember Price asked her a question about, sort of what's the simple problem. When once heard that when the Dalai Lama was asked what the main problem in the world was, he said, too many people. What's the main problem with traffic? Too many cars. And I think the simple thing to be thinking about in throwing out this arcane, meaningless term, transportation demand management, TDM, it's really less cars. I mean, it's less cars, Palo Alto in one way, certainly less single vehicle or single occupant vehicle cars in Palo Alto. And we certainly have been growing of late, as everybody has talked about this, in our city, on the peninsula, in this region. It's an overlay of a very strong economy currently, but it's on top of a building demographic changes that have been taking place over generations. And I don't think we can ignore the fact that the old pogo line about, we met the enemy and it is us. We're basically in a region in particular that has evolved as a suburban pattern after World War II that was built around the automobile. And as Vice Mayor Shepherd mentioned, almost all of the housing we're living in this town was zoned and designed and built in a day when, for the most part, there was one car per family, and now there are typically more than that. We're in an era where school buses have disappeared from taking kids to school, and parents are driving their kids to school, and we have traffic problems around all of our schools almost every day. And we have two-income families where there's typically two or more people in a household who are working, and for the most part, they're driving to work, back and forth to work in a car. And so while we're in the process of trying to redesign and improve our transit system, even more the answer is going to come in how we experiment in altering behavior, as these folks were talking about, and how we actually maximize existing infrastructure and use our roadway network in smarter ways and that sort of thing. So I would just say, just like the work that we've been leading on as far as climate change and energy and resource management in our city, we have to make both systems changes and individual and communal behavioral changes. So that's sort of a broad backdrop, but less cars in Palo Alto. Two things we will be bringing to the council in the new year, a Go Pass program for your review and action on that, and we're putting the finishing touches on that. And just in the tinkering department, we've done a little pilot we'll bring forward with SAP, and I've been talking with Peter Graff, the Vice President for Sustainability, a lot of you know up there, about a mobile app that they've developed that would let us do some with our employees and actually folks in the downtown business district, a way to sort of crowdsource ride sharing and that sort of a thing to see if we can not only make some improvements there, but we get some great analytics about some of the behavior and some of the issues about where people live and where they're coming from and that sort of thing. So I think that part of the starting small is also a willingness to experiment and then also discard or modify things if they don't work, and sort of tinker a lot without always feeling we've got to get everything absolutely right out of the box. So, thanks.
All right, thank you. Now we move to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. We do have a request from staff that we remove item number 7 to a date uncertain. I need a motion for that.
So moved. Second.
Okay, all in favor, if you could vote on the board. All right, and that passes unanimously. All right, city manager comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. A couple of items, many of them relevant to the preceding conversation and maybe some indirect ways or whatever, but again, another notice relating to Caltrain work within the right-of-way, and that's between tomorrow, December 10th to December 14th, and from December 17th to December 21st, Caltrain will be doing some work on their right-of-way. And again, they'll be digging the small trench and boring close to the tracks on the continuing installation of this fiber optic cable. The work will be performed between the hours of 8 p.m. And 6 a.m. More information can be found at the website caltrain.com for project updates. Through our City Council approved CDBG program, which is the federally funded community development block grant funds that the city gets, we are launching a pilot micro enterprise assistance program to award grants to income eligible entrepreneurs in Palo Alto. And with assistance from volunteers in the business community, as well as NOVA and the Palo Alto Adult School, we're able to provide training, tools, and mentorship to prospective micro enterprises in Palo Alto. We're happy to announce that the pre-application process is underway today to screen for eligibility, with final applications due in early 2014. So any folks who are interested in the program should visit the city's website at cityofpaloalto.org. And then an update on our assistance to our sister city of Palo, the Philippines. Again, building on the comments from the mayor and council members earlier, thanks to the city's and other community donations, the city's donation, the council's donation of $10,000 and community donations, we are happy to report that food, water, and medicine has reached thousands of people in our sister city. And although the need is still great, the recovery period will be long. The reports from our friends in Palo are hopeful and underscore their resilience. We've heard that the Children's Library is still standing and is actually providing shelter for some folks who have lost their homes. There is still help needed, and on Thursday this week, from 6 to 9 p.m., a group of local physicians will be at the Gunn High School gym and will need help in packing 700 pounds of medical supplies headed to the region along with the team. Any members of the public who are interested certainly are encouraged to drop by to support their efforts, and folks interested in continuing supporting the relief and recovery effort of our sister city, Palo, are encouraged to visit the neighborsabroad.org website. And then last but not least, I am building on this earlier conversation. Pleased to announce and introduce to the council Gil Friend, who is appointed to be the city's first sustainability officer. Mr. Friend is the founder and CEO of Natural Logic, a leading strategy firm that has helped companies build value at the intersection of business and sustainability. He has been a founding member of many organizations, including the Institute for Global Communications, and founder and executive director for the Foundation for the Arts of Peace, co-founder and co-director of the Institute for Local Self-Reliance, where he built one of the first rooftop farms in the U.S. in 1974. He's named one of the 10 most influential sustainability voices in America by The Guardian and an inaugural member of the Sustainability Hall of Fame. He began his sustainability career in 1972, first as a participant and then faculty at Buckminster Fuller's World Game Workshop, and became one of the first U.S. instructors for the Natural Step Sustainability Management System. He's the author of The Truth About Green Business and its audiobook version, The Green Business Field Guide, and co-developer of the Sustainability in Practice e-learning suite, and the author of numerous book chapters and hundreds of articles, including an early sustainable business column for the Los Angeles Times Syndicate from 1992 to 1997. And there's much, much more. But without further ado, if I could just ask Mr. Friend, who has been sitting here on the front deck, survived the commute from Berkeley to Palo Alto this morning on his first day.
Speaking of transportation demand management.
Bill?
Yeah. Thank you, Jim, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having me with you tonight for first of what I hope will be many fruitful conversations, and particularly for asking me to join your team in the efforts and the challenge, well, as Jim has put it to me, to make Palo Alto the greenest city in America. No small challenge. As Mayor Scharf and Councilmember Nitz I bumped into this afternoon, Mayor Scharf said, well, aren't we already the greenest city in the country? And that points to the challenge, because there are at least a dozen cities that have set out that goal. And this is a real horse race with jockeying for position as one improves and another improves as we all learn from each other. And I think it's just a great competition to be in. It's also a big challenge because nobody knows what that means. You know, there's no standard for what that is. And so the work really starts with a very broad and engaging conversation involving everybody in the city, meaning the city government and the city more broadly, the people who live and work here. I'm thrilled to be working with you here because I think this is a remarkable community that's got a great opportunity to build on, on the innovation that it's done over the past years. And we've heard a bunch of it just in this last session. For me, sustainability is about design and about innovation. So when I hear, yeah, but, my ears prick up because I'm getting clues about what's needed. As Councilmember Berman said, how do we make this easy for people? In my experience working with companies, ranging from big guys like Arizona Public Service and Coca-Cola and eBay and Steelcase, and smaller companies like Odwalla and Equal Exchange, and cities like Berkeley and Oakland and San Francisco, and some work with you all in the past, it's really clear that the more you can do to make something easy and valuable and, dare I say, fun, the more likely it is that people participate and take part. And it's really key because the challenge of sustainability isn't the technology, it's the people. We know how to build zero net energy buildings. We don't know very much about how to get people to consistently change their behavior day in and day out and make something new be normal. Jim, I was really struck by what you said, that because I was thinking the same thing as I was sitting here, that we've built an infrastructure based on certain assumptions about technology and resources that have changed. And we have technology that changes much faster than our infrastructure changes. There's a mismatch there. What do we do with that? How do we innovate in that in a way that builds the quality of life in our communities and builds the economy and builds jobs and reduces our footprint on the planet? One of the things that I've been saying to my clients over the years is that you don't have to choose between making money and making sense. And it's important because most people, I find, assume that if you want better environmental quality, it's going to cost you something. And in fact, it's not true. It's not supported by the data. In fact, better environmental performance, better sustainability, better quality of life can go hand in hand with better economics. And that's what I'm looking forward to exploring and building on with all of you over the coming years.
Thank you very much, and very glad to have you here.
You're welcome and delighted. Thank you.
All right, now we move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Berman.
So last Thursday, I think it was, I had the pleasure of hosting the most well-behaved, intelligent, inquisitive, civic-minded group of 6- and 7-year-olds I've ever met. The Cub Scout troop from Duveneck Elementary School, and so I'm just using this as another plug to any parents or Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts that are watching, that if you want tours of the council chambers, Mayor Scharf will be happy to give them to you.
Yes, he will.
Or any of us that are available. But it's a lot of fun, and hopefully more folks request them. And then I also want to give a quick announcement kind of on behalf of the Palo Alto Unified School District and the PTA Council. They are hosting 2 sessions in conjunction with Covered California in an effort to get as many folks as possible to sign up for health care under the Affordable Care Act. So the first session is going to be this Saturday, December 14th, from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. At the Palo Alto Unified School District office, 25 Churchill Avenue, Palo Alto 94306. The second session is next Thursday, December 19th, 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. at PAUSD District Office, 25 Churchill. they know who to reach out to in the school district, but it's open to everybody and anybody. So if anybody wants to come by, you don't have to have any affiliation at all with PAUSD, or frankly, I don't think with the city of Palo Alto. If anybody needs health care, they're going to have Spanish language translation, they're going to have child care, and enough enrollment counselors to make sure, hopefully, that folks don't have to wait too long unless there's a ton of demand. And I hope there is a ton of demand, because that means folks are signing up. If you have any questions, you can email me, or if you call PAUSD, they might know answers to your questions as well. Thanks.
Councilmember Klein.
Last council meeting, we had a discussion of how we saw the future, and then part of that was the staff report. And in that staff report, there were some numbers with regard to traffic, and that drew a lot of criticism. Those criticisms came up after I had a chance to speak, and since I wanted to follow the only one-turn rule, I want to disagree with my colleagues, and in particular with the Palo Alto Weekly. The view expressed by some of the colleagues was that the numbers presented by staff, and I'm quoting here from the Weekly, quote, that those numbers made so little sense that they should never have been presented. And I think that position was endorsed by the Weekly. I differ. I think that the staff has an professional obligation to present numbers that they, of course, have vetted to be accurate, and I'll assume they did that. And I think we may reach different conclusions, but I think that this council has been committed to transparency, and transparency means that you put out numbers even though you may not like them. And I think that may even be particularly true where they seem to run counter to public perceptions. Public perceptions aren't always right. Maybe they are in this case, maybe not. But the numbers need to be out there. And I'm amazed, frankly, that the Weekly, which champions itself as the guardian of transparency, would even suggest that the staff shouldn't have presented them. So I want to say that because I don't want the staff to be discouraged from presenting data to us. I think that would be a real step backward in how we govern our city. And I do want to acknowledge also Adina Levin, who I thought had a very thoughtful email to us pointing out that the numbers weren't so surprising, that they're in some ways consistent with what's happening on a national level. And I think that we need to have more dialogue, and we need to have data for that, and I don't want to see our staff discouraged from presenting it.
Councilmember Holman.
Two things. One, to report that last Tuesday, four of us, Councilmembers Shepard, Berman, Nis, and I had the privilege of meeting with State Senator Jerry Hill, ably assisted by Sheila, on city staff. And the primary topic was one of local control. As we talk a lot about the mandates that come down from the state and how there are a number of things that really hamper us being able to make decisions that we would like to here and have more local control. So the community will be hearing more about the results of that conversation. It's an ongoing conversation, and will be further developing. And the other thing is just I wanted to put a request out for the community, and maybe a plead with the community as well as all of us up here to, with the cold weather that we have, and maybe especially with the holidays coming, to identify reliable nonprofits and faith organizations where you can donate clothing and support lodging for those who are less fortunate. We heard about the deaths in the county these last days with such cold weather, and so just want to encourage people to reach out and make that kind of contribution that they can to help others.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I wanted to report back on two meetings. One is the Peninsula Cities Consortium, which we had last Friday, and the six-member cities in the consortium had a fair amount of discussion on really two topics. One that we had discussed at the Rail Committee meeting, the Palo Alto Rail Committee meeting, which is I guess actually both of them we discussed the Rail Committee meeting. First is that the impending issue of capacity limitation to Caltrain, even as ridership demand is growing and is scheduled to increase significantly in its demand, under the agreement that they have with the High-Speed Rail Authority, they are capped at 6 trains per hour at peak hour, and they are nearly at that point right now. So there is a very significant conflict that's going on there that has been not talked a lot about publicly. I saw that County Supervisor and Caltrain Board Chair Ken Yeager spoke about it a week ago, and but without the context of the impact of electrification and San Francisco's downtown connection. So I see an escalating awareness of this problem, and hopefully it's going to really percolate to being on everyone's agenda as something that is potentially nearly a crisis as we all plan our transportation demand management programs and transit-oriented development around Caltrain, and yet it's so limited. Second, we talked in a related way from a process standpoint about how to strengthen the role of the local policymaker working group. And that's something that the Rail Committee discussed, and these 6-member cities are united, and we provided a template letter for participating cities to be able to use to write their own letters advocating for some changes to how that advisory group is allowed to function. Second, the San Francisco Creek Joint Power Authority had its retreat on Saturday, and it was a 5-hour retreat, so I'll spare you many of the details. But I think one of the most important things is that, as I had reported out to the council over the last month or two, even as we have begun construction on the 101 to Bay project through utility realignment, that's the first phase of the construction, we have had 2 major headwinds ahead of us. We have had a funding gap to come up with the final several $1 million to be able to complete that segment. And we and the executives of the participating agencies have made significant progress in the last few weeks on that. More progress needs to be made, but we think we may now have in sight a plan to close that gap, which leaves the final element of a multitude of regulatory agencies that must bless this project. And we have had differing viewpoints from different environmental regulatory agencies on what they would like to see as the outcomes. And so we are still working through those last hurdles, and we have a few months to accomplish that to avoid it impacting construction that would begin on the full-scale construction late next spring. So those are the updates, and just want to share that with colleagues in the community.
Council Vice Mayor Shepherd.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to report out that last Friday I attended the Public Officials Lunch Transportation Impacts of Development hosted by Silicon Valley Leadership Group. We were able to get some information about the updating that VTA is doing for their transit impact analysis, the construction management program, and more. There was one thing that I did learn that I found interesting, was that although we realized that, and perhaps Councilmember Burt was there, and along with Arthur Keller from our Planning and Transportation Commission, that San Jose has their own guidelines, is that what that was called, for traffic? Which I wanted to have our city look into more deeply as to how they get a different way for measuring traffic impact when they do their projects and approve projects. This is, again, timely because our community is now becoming more sensitive to how we manage our traffic when we approve projects, and the changes that are starting to happen at VTA to update their model. I think Palo Alto is a little bit ahead of that in that we're trying to, I'm looking at our planning commissioner, that we are trying to figure out a way to do an impact analysis ourselves so that we can be a little more specific when we go into certain areas of Palo Alto. So I think that this is a good time for us to stay in close contact with VTA, and I was happy to see leadership group put this on.
And I'd just like to say that we're very glad Mr. Newman is safe and back in Palo Alto. And I'd also like to, when we close the meeting, close in honor of Nelson Mandela, who recently passed away. Nelson Mandela was really the George Washington of his country and also a personal hero of mine. So now we move on to oral communications. And we have Steve Etrium to be followed by Cheryl Lilienstein.
I'm Steve Ettram. I've been a resident of the Duveneck St. Francis neighborhood since 1975. I have 3 grandchildren, and I'm an avid Caltrain rider, have been for many years, ride it a lot. I want to talk to you today about undergrounding the railroad. I know you've discussed that a little bit, and having 3 grandchildren gives you a certain keenness on long-term values of our community. I mean, I think seriously about where we'll be 50, 100 years from now. And I think there's nothing that would do more to enhance the value of our cities in the Mid-Peninsula than undergrounding Caltrain. You've discussed this before, the safety problems with the accidents and suicides at the at-grade crossings, removing the east-west barriers in our cities, freeing up the right-of-way for other uses, more high-value uses, greenways or whatever else cities might want to decide. This is extremely valuable real estate right down the middle of our cities in the Mid-Peninsula. And you've recently contracted a study of undergrounding in a short segment of Palo Alto, a 2-mile stretch. And I think it's a good thing you did that. It will give us some numbers to get a rough idea of what costs would be per mile for such a project. But I do think 2 miles is way too short to make it viable. Something like Redwood City to Sunnyvale would make a lot more sense. And I also think that a deep tunnel is a much more viable option. A tunnel boring machine could do the work without any disruption or minimal disruption of the ongoing city life on the surface. And of course, it's a lot of money to do this, and that's been the big hang-up, why we don't want to discuss it very much. But something like this that will affect my grandchildren's grandchildren is a long-term thing, and it should be funded by a bond measure. And I think if we put up a bond measure, just the discussion of the issue, the deep thinking about it, I think we'd get enough people in favor of it that it may actually go over the top. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheryl Lilienstein to be followed by Tom DuBois.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Cheryl Lilienstein, president of Palo Altans to Preserve Neighborhood Zoning and the Vote Against D campaign. And I'm really excited that Gil Friend has joined us because innovation in this city is something that I really look forward to, and I really hope that our organization can help propel that kind of innovation, and also the transportation demand management thing. We really want to support that. I'm here to announce to the council and to the public watching that we've changed the name of our political action committee to Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning. We made this change in response to the message that we heard during our campaign that Palo Alto residents are distressed about the effects of overdevelopment everywhere in our city. Our mission is to advocate for zoning reform, educate the public as to land use and transportation issues, and we really want to get on board with helping manage and become an innovative city. We want to advocate for modernizing data collection, which I've also heard here tonight, and rejecting development projects that adversely impact the quality of our lives. And we want to seek proper application of the comprehensive plan by City Hall. We are focusing solely on zoning and development issues. I've heard that some members of the council are misinterpreting and may still be struggling to understand why a unanimous decision of the council was rejected in a landslide by the voters. I would like to offer you my personal insight, and this comes from hundreds of conversations that I had with Palo Alto residents while distributing campaign literature door to door. Many residents, myself included, who ideologically support low-income housing as a moral obligation, we're against Measure D because we object more to the city's orientation towards dense projects that have worsened traffic and parking and have adversely affected the beauty of our city. So this is the message that we would like the council to absorb. It's important to acknowledge that in a one-issue election, a voter turnout of over 43% is remarkable, and that a 13-point margin of victory is also remarkable. The vote against D was successful because residents want a safe and livable community, and I believe that you all are aligned with that. So our problems with rezoning for high density, gridlock, parking problems, and reliance on untrustworthy traffic studies, I really hope we can fix that by having a modernized data collection system, and Tom Du Bois is going to talk about that. So what we intend for the coming period is to focus on sensible zoning. And so we have renamed our organization as Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning. And thank you very much.
Tom Du Bois, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Evening. It's Tom Du Bois. It's been Americanized. So I'm speaking as a resident and also as one of the leaders of the newly reformed Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning. We've been internally discussing what the specific goals of the group will be, and we'll be announcing kind of a more complete set, but I wanted to talk about a couple tonight. One of the areas I wanted to talk about was, as Cheryl mentioned, advocating for database decisions and putting systems in place to provide that data. So specifically measuring traffic, parking, and population. So first of all, for measuring populations, we want to come out and say that we support the idea brought up in the study session last week of forming a business registry to measure our daytime working population. A business registry will allow us to measure the impact of business on traffic and parking. And I've observed here in meetings, it's clear that we don't really have an accurate idea of how many people are currently working in Palo Alto. And as part of projects such as the TDM project and just general planning, I urge the council to take immediate action to institute a business registry. Many other cities have registries and include ways to monitor compliance, as I'm sure you guys know, such as directly surveying employees. So we should quickly look at best practices of similar cities and move forward. Secondly, we're advocating for better measurement of traffic and parking. So we'd like to see the use of technology to provide valid, real-time, continuous, and ongoing data that will facilitate better decision-making. This data could be used for actual traffic management, but initially we think just getting it in place to actually just understand the impact at all times of the day, at all major intersections would be a great improvement. The idea of a traffic study at a point in time is a little bit outdated. There are services such as Waze, which track prevailing speeds on streets based on cell phones in people's pockets as they move around a city. If we could get access to a data source like that, it would require very little city investment in actual data collection. There are also low-cost devices available for counting traffic. So let's challenge the citizens and staff to come up with a low-cost, effective way to constantly measure our traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Munoz, to be followed by Adina Levin.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Schaaf. Some council members remarked with a little chuckle that it was strange that the very people who actually had a referendum to preserve the zoning then didn't seem to appreciate the fact that the large building on Portage and El Camino did in fact conform, well, sort of, to the zoning. And it surprised me because I thought that everybody knew that nobody had any interest in zoning for the sake of zoning. What the residents want always and everywhere is less density. And if the zoning is going to give them less density, then they want it. And if it's not, they don't. In the case of the senior housing would be a godsend to that neighborhood all by itself, because it would congregate 60 people who would otherwise be spread out over the whole property and be quite a bit denser. But as for the density itself, that was what was important, not the fact of the zoning. In fact, the zoning, what I'd like to say is, the zoning is not necessarily the most desirable way to achieve low density. For instance, in one case, you have a situation in which there's zoning, and then there are some intervening land use decisions that make a difference. So what was satisfactory, unsatisfactory. When Palo Alto converted Maybell into a de facto Grand Boulevard by taking a lane from Arrastradero, 35 houses ceased to be a viable density. But the second is when the zoning was erroneous to begin with. Buena Vista should have been taken into the city as a trailer park, which is a specific kind of land use. And it was, apparently, it sneaked by as rental, which is hardly fair to the people that voted to become annexed to Palo Alto, because surely they didn't vote to become annexed to Palo Alto so that their way of life would be just disappeared. So I think what Palo Alto needs to do with Buena Vista is recognize that it should be zoned trailer park. And naturally, if the owner doesn't want to run a trailer park, and he doesn't, then the city should step up to the plate and buy the property and make whatever arrangements it can to build other housing in addition to the trailer park that's there. Thank you.
Adina Levin.
Good evening, council members. A couple of miscellaneous transportation-related comments on items that aren't, I think, directly on the agenda. So on the subject of Caltrain capacity, the Caltrain spokesperson on Twitter today confirmed that they'd put in an offer on some additional cars that would let them go from add one extra car on the bullet, which won't solve problems for the next 10 years, but can take the edge off if they successfully get the offer. And a slightly bigger picture is if Palo Alto goes ahead and does take this TMA approach and has a handle on the numbers, how many people currently take Caltrain and would take Caltrain in the future, that would empower Palo Alto to be a stronger customer of Caltrain. And as Mountain View does the same thing, and San Mateo does the same thing, and Redwood City heads in this direction, the cities can be stronger customers of Caltrain to push them to get the cities. On the subject of the really bizarre and perplexing traffic data, you have on the one hand this broad trend that may be borne out by the lower daily trip numbers and the evidence that suggests that intersections are congested, which may mean that there's something about the intersections that's just broken. So I do hope that staff does continue to look at that data and figure out what may be wrong, because that just seems like, there's something wrong that needs analysis and fixing. I don't think that the transportation study is going to be discussed here on an agenda item, and there were some very interesting implications that might be relevant for what Palo Alto could do to help people get out of cars, and hopefully that will be brought up in one of the later TDM strategies to talk about what the learnings are. Only one, just one, was a top of the list. Why do I drive? I need a car during the middle of the day. Okay, that says that the car share is a great thing to do, potentially. So I would hope to see a discussion about what the learnings are. And lastly, on the subject of data, as Palo Alto gets a handle on the data, hopefully that will not just be counting cars, but people and trips. If someone is on a bike, that should count. If somebody's walking, that should count. Transit, shuttle, it counts. It should be, when Stanford has that number, Stanford is not just counting their cars, they're counting their people and their trips, and that's what helps them improve over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move to the consent calendar. Can I have a motion on the consent calendar?
Second.
Okay, let's vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. All right. And that brings us to the action calendar and item number 8. And I would like to say we are running a little behind, so brevity would be greatly appreciated tonight if possible.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As staff gets up here, if I might just add to your comment, we've got a presentation from our consultants and staff and your comments about brevity. This item was almost presuming that the council might make some particular decisions tonight, and it very well may be that might be best referred, following comments and questions, to the infrastructure committee. And I'm just saying, you keep an eye on your time. When we make the presentation, we can show you the schedule on sort of next steps, and I've asked Sheila Tucker to speak to that. So that's one sort of change I would make to our suggestions. And then just before we do that, my apologies, I didn't mention it during city manager comments. I did share with the council that Sheila, who has been assistant to the city manager, which is a staff support research associate with us, has a great promotion going to the city of Santa Clara as assistant city manager, one of the top positions in that organization, and she will only be with us until the middle of January, and just wanted to acknowledge right now, and we'll have more opportunities, but all of your great contributions to our staff and our community in the 2.5 to 3 years you've been here. So thank you, Sheila. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Sheila Tucker, Assistant to the City Manager. So we're very pleased to be back before you this evening with the results of our second infrastructure survey that was conducted just last month. We're going to start out this evening with a presentation from our opinion research firm, Fairbanks, Maslin, and Mullen, on those findings and what they are recommending. I'd like to first introduce our team here tonight. We have directly to my right here, Dave Metz from Fairbanks, Maslin, and Mullen. We also have Brad Eggleston, our Assistant Public Works Director, as well as Joe Sacchio, our Assistant Administrative Services Director. So with that, in the vein of brevity, I'll turn it over to Dave for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. I'm Dave Metz from FM3. I'm going to walk through a presentation of the highlights of our recent public opinion survey. There's a lot of data here, and I'm going to attempt to move through it as expeditiously as possible. I may skip over some of the slides that are a little bit dense with text, just in the interest of getting to some of the bottom line numbers, but please feel free in your questions to direct me back to anything you'd like a little more detail on. This survey is the second in a series of planned surveys that we're conducting for the city to assess options for funding infrastructure needs. And this survey, based on the findings of one that we conducted earlier in the year, was designed to assess voter support for five potential funding options, and understand which ones seem to have the broadest public support, which ones had the least, and then which ones might fall in a gray area that look like their chances of winning public approval might be contingent on the structure of the measure or the kind of education that was offered to voters about its purposes. Those five types of measures are detailed here. We tested a 3% increase in the TOT and also a 2% increase, a 1/4% increase in the sales tax rate, and also a 1/8 of 1% increase. Two general obligation bond measures, one in the amount of $66 million for transportation and one in the amount of $71 million for public safety. And then finally, the idea of establishing a community facilities district to fund parking improvements in the city. The goal of the survey ultimately was to try to narrow the range of options that the city might wish to subject to further research, either because the results of this poll were clear-cut on some of them, or because the city might choose not to pursue some of these options further. And then at your direction, we would consider additional research on any items where you felt you needed more data. Just as brief context for this presentation, we wanted to share some of the results of recent elections here in California on a number of the types of measures that are before you for consideration today. This is data that's been collected by the League of California Cities, which maintains an excellent database on this subject. Here you'll see results over the course of the last decade for majority vote measures in California, and they've passed at roughly a 2-to-1 clip. On the other hand, measures which require a 2/3 supermajority vote to pass, as is the case with bonds and with special taxes, less than half of those have passed. About 45% have won approval, although a significant number have won approval with solid majority support, but less than the 2/3 supermajority required. Here you'll see approval rates for a variety of types of funding measures by tax or revenue type. Generally speaking, the strongest support has been for general obligation bonds, although they do have a higher threshold of support that's required for approval. And then moving down the list, you'll see support for special taxes, again requiring 2/3 support for sales taxes, parcel taxes, transient occupancy, UUT, and other forms of taxes. Some of those, as you'll see a little bit lower on the list, have relatively few instances of having gone to the ballot. Part of that is because many of those are often presented as general taxes rather than special taxes, meaning they only need that simple majority approval. So with that context, here's the methodology for the survey we just completed. Parallel methodology to our prior survey, 600 interviews with randomly selected likely voters here in the city of Palo Alto, conducted in the middle of last month. Now, without getting too into the weeds of how the survey was structured, what we strove to do here was give equal weight to each of the 5 funding mechanisms that we were testing in the survey. Essentially, we split our sample of 600 voters into 5 groups and then rotated the order in which each of these ballot measure concepts was presented, so that for 1/5 of our sample, each of the 5 different types of measures was presented as the first in the series of options that we described to them. That's important because, as you can imagine, the way you might respond to the second or third or fifth option presented to you could be colored by those that you heard previously. And we wanted to understand how people reacted when they got a clean view, so to speak, of each measure, as well as when they viewed them in context of the others that were presented. For each of the ballot measure concepts, we read some language that wasn't exact ballot language, but was very close to it in terms of length and content. Asked them an open-ended question about why they would support or oppose it. Had some follow-up questions that varied the structure of the measure in a few of the cases, and then tested pro and con arguments in each case to understand the fluidity of public support. So, in the big picture, what did we learn? Here you'll see the ballot questions we tested for all 5 of the measures, and I'll skip through these because we'll come back to each one later. But here's the overall level of support we saw for each of the measures we tested when they were presented first in the sequence. The 2 that received the highest level of support were the transient occupancy tax and the transportation bond. Now, the bond would require 2/3 support under any circumstance, and it achieves that at 73%. The transient occupancy tax could be put forward as either a general tax or a special tax, and it gets support from roughly 4 in 5 voters. I think that's equivalent to the last TOT increase that was on the ballot here in Palo Alto, and so it clears either vote threshold. The public safety bond, as we've seen in prior polling, has majority support but does fall short initially of the 2/3 that would be required for approval. The sales tax has support as a majority vote but not as a 2/3 vote. And then the parking assessment through a CFD gets support from only 45% of voters. Now, there are obviously some variations here, which I'll note as we go through the results in more detail. There's a margin of error of 7% or so for each of these items when we consider them just when they were asked first in the rotation. And as I'm sure Councilmember Klein will point out, if I neglect to do so now, we also are treating the undecideds as if they will vote no. And obviously some of them could be added to the yes votes that you see in the columns listed here, which might potentially enhance support for any of these 5 measures. Now, as important as the initial support for each measure is the degree to which we saw that support vary over the course of the survey after people heard positive and negative arguments about each one. And here you'll see the 3 data points that showed levels of support for each measure as we progressed through the survey. Generally speaking, support for many of these measures tended to rise as voters heard the positive arguments and then dropped after they heard the negative arguments. Now, there's a couple, the 2 that were most highly supported to begin with, the TOT increase and the transportation bond, where you'll see support dropping somewhat after the positive arguments. You have to also keep in mind that in addition to the positive arguments, they heard 4 other alternative measures. And some other people may have had a different preference, which pulled some of them away. But ultimately, it doesn't change the overall assessment of the viability of those 2 measures. And you'll see some show great fluidity. The CFD for parking starts at 45%, gains 10 points after the positive arguments, but then loses 15 after the negative. At the end of the day, what we see here is of the measures we tested, after the positive arguments, after voters have heard reasons to support them, we have a total of 3 that are at the threshold required for approval: the TOT increase, the sales tax increase, and the transportation bond, with the public safety bond just shy, within the margin of error of 2/3 approval. So our assessments from looking at the totality of the data are that there are a couple of measures here that we think are clearly viable, one that is clearly not, and then a couple that are within a gray area. And we'll talk briefly about each of those and what leads us to those conclusions. The transient occupancy tax, we believe, is viable. Here you'll see 3 different ways that we tested similar concepts over the course of our last few polls. On the left, the language that we used in this poll to test a 3% TOT increase. In the middle, the language we used to describe a general tax that might fund a variety of city services generically in our April poll, and then a short description of a TOT increase that we tested in April as well. And all of these formulations tested well above the simple majority threshold. And in fact, 3 of the 4 tested well over the 2/3 majority support that would be required if it were put on the ballot as a special tax. So the level of initial support for this funding mechanism is impressive, although we should note this is fairly standard in many communities since it taxes visitors and not residents. Now, we also assessed the potential for support of a 2% increase as opposed to a 3% increase. And to look at this, and the analysis here is a little bit complicated, so I'll try to lay it out. We took the initial level of support among all of our respondents, those who heard the transient occupancy tax as the first measure presented or those who heard it later in the rotation. And averaging them all together, 70% said they would support it at the 3% level. If we hold those yes voters who said they would support it at the 3% level in place, and then add those who switch from no or undecided to yes, if we drop the rate down to 2%, that bumps support up to 77. So it suggests that the potential upside of the lower rate is maybe a 7-point bump in support. But substantively, that's not terribly significant given where support starts. And the fact that we see that at 3%, we can get as high as 79 based on a clean initial read of the measure. We also tested pro and con arguments unique to this funding mechanism, talking about the kinds of services that could be funded, the kinds of accountability measures that would be in place, and then opposition arguments stressing the impact on hotel business and on jobs and questioning how the city might spend the money. And you'll see the arc of support that we got as a result of those two arguments. Support drops a little bit after the positive message. Again, that's also because they heard 4 other potential funding mechanisms in the interim, and then drops still further after the negative message down to 65%, but remains right around that 2/3 level that would be required for approval, especially if one factors in the 8% that remain undecided at the end.
Excuse me, isn't it 50% approval? As long as the general tax?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. It could be either way. It could be a general or a specific tax. So it's well over the general tax level, 15 points over. Now, the next measure in our sequence is the transportation bond measure. And our assessment is also that that measure is likely viable. Here you'll see 3 different ways that we have tested bond concepts over the course of our last couple surveys. On the left, the specific language for a $66 million transportation bond that we tested here. In the middle, a generic language without an amount that we tested, and without a funding mechanism that we tested for a package of transportation infrastructure improvements. And then the general idea of city issuing bonds as a way of financing infrastructure. And in each case, our level of support is right around the 2/3 that would be required for approval. Notably, we got essentially identical results with the detailed language we tested in this poll when it was presented as the first option, and then also with the conceptual description of a bond measure that we tested back in April. Now, we tested pro and con arguments on this measure as well, and critically in the opposition argument, we specified the tax impact that the measure would have on a typical property owner of $116 per year, as well as the aggregate cost of the bond when interest is factored in. And you'll see that, again, support declines as we go through presenting the additional measures and the additional information. It remains at the 2/3 level after the positive messaging and after the other 4 measures have been presented, but then after the negative message drops down to 61%. The level of fluidity that we see here in support, where it essentially drops by 12 points and falls below the threshold that would be required for approval, is one of the factors that leads us to recommend that this may be one of the options that merits some additional research, given the different ways that a transportation bond could be packaged. Sorry. The third measure that we looked at was the sales tax measure, and that one we also believe to be viable, although the margins are a little bit closer on this one. And again, 3 different ways that we tested this over the course of 3 surveys. A specific ballot measure concept for a 1/4 cent sales tax, the idea of a general tax measure without specifying a funding mechanism, and then asking about a sales tax as a funding mechanism in isolation. You'll see that all of these variations we have majority support. The one place we don't is that item you'll see at the bottom of the slide, and that was the way we tested the sales tax increase in our April survey. And you may recall that at the time we noted that we thought the language that we used there significantly understated its potential support. This survey confirms that impression and shows that with a little more detailed description, we are able to get to a majority level of support that would be required for approval. Now, we also looked at the potential bump that we could get from going from a 1/4 cent increase to an 1/8 cent increase. Again, we totaled the level of support for the 1/4 cent among all our respondents, whether they heard it as the first option or not. That was 52%. We assumed that all of them would also vote yes on the 1/8 cent, and then looked at how many no and undecided voters shifted to a yes vote, and it gets us a 9-point gain. Now, that is a notable level of increase. It moves us from a very slim majority in favor to a somewhat more substantial one. And so that is, I think, a difference worth considering, although the intensity of support remains about the same, with 1 in 5 voters indicating they would definitely vote yes. The pro and con arguments we tested for the sales tax are shown here. Again, in this case, the opposition argument covered some of the same ground as the others, but noted the breadth of the impact that it would have as a broad-based tax on both businesses and on residents. And you'll see here that while support remained fairly steady at the 57% level when people heard the initial positive messaging, it did drop down to 51% after the negative message. So still a majority in favor, but a much more narrow one. And this finding is one of the things that leads us to recommend the sales taxes as a second measure that may require a little more detailed exploration if the city chooses to move forward with further research. Now, the two measures that we would assess at this time as being not viable are first the public safety bond measure. We've looked at this in a couple of different iterations, both in this year's polling and then in prior year's polling. And you'll see the language that we tested most recently on the left, $71 million bond measure, conceptual language that we tested in April, and then general support for bonding, as I showed you a few moments ago, in that same survey. And while in April we were able to see conceptual support for a bond measure at 68%, when we didn't mention a specific price point or specify that bonding would be the funding mechanism, that drops down into the low 60s in this poll. No real difference whether it's mentioned first or whether it's mentioned later in the sequence of ballot measures. Broad support, but not quite at that 2/3 level. Now, we tested the concept of reducing the amount of the bond, noting that the reduction here would lead to a lower cost to the city, but that there might be other mechanisms that could be found to finance the $20 million increment. And that yields roughly a 5-point bump in support to 69%, which gets us just over that 2/3 level of support that would be needed for approval. At the same time, however, the overall level of support remains soft at 19%. And we would note that the level of support is still well within the survey's margin of error of the 2/3 that would be required for approval. And typically this structure, which starts out asking people a higher amount and then follows up by asking whether they'd support a lower amount, it really gives you a high-end estimate of the bump that might be received by reducing that amount. So still leaves us in a position where we're not very confident about reaching that 2/3 margin of support. And that assessment is also borne out when we look at the reactions to pro and con arguments. And again, here we specified the amount of the bond, tested the argument, as we've seen in prior research, that rather than building a new facility, we should upgrade the old one, and specified the tax impact at $124 per year. And we see a significant drop in support after we go through that negative messaging. Moves the level of support down to 55%, which is well below that 2/3 margin. And when we look just at those who were presented with this as the first in the series of ballot measure concepts we presented in the poll, we never get over that 2/3 level of support. So this, combined with what we've seen in the prior polling, leads us to believe that until there's a more fully developed package that the council has reviewed and signed off on that may be more specific in its costs and at a lower amount, it's hard to see this measure winning 2/3 voter support. Finally, the last option that we tested, which was the one that was least viable, was the notion of a CFD to fund parking improvements in the city. You'll see here the language that we used to test this option on the top left of the slide. We hadn't looked at this funding mechanism specifically in prior polling, although we had tested the idea of aggregate investments in parking garages in prior surveys in early April. And overall, the level of support we've seen in each of those surveys throughout those formulations is shy of a majority, let alone the 2/3 supermajority that would be required to approve the formation of a CFD. We also tested a variety of price points, lower than the initial $24 per year that we presented our respondents with. And while we gained support if we cut the per household cost all the way down to $9 per year, it's still at 55%. It's still well short of the 2/3 that would be required for supermajority approval on its own. Now, we did test pro and con arguments on this measure as well, detailing how the money would be spent. Noting that the assessment could be structured so that property owners who would benefit from new parking and developers would pay the most, while on the negative side, noting the number of spaces that would be produced, questioning whether this should be the city's highest priority. And you'll see there that the negative message had a significant impact, taking what was a majority but short of 2/3 and moving it to a majority in opposition. Now, we also did test another variation of this concept, which yielded a significantly different result, and that was the idea of using a CFD not just to fund parking garages, but to fund a variety of other forms of transportation demand management. And we specified in the question public transit, shuttles, carpooling incentives, biking and car sharing service, all with the goal of reducing traffic congestion. When that is all bundled together, support rises up to 64%, just short of the 2/3 supermajority level. But as you might imagine, obviously to fund the parking garages and those additional services would likely require a tax impact that's higher than the levels that we tested in the prior question, where we saw ourselves having trouble getting to majority support. So given all of that, and given the 2/3 supermajority requirement for formation of a CFD, we don't believe that this approach is viable at this time. So that takes us to our recommendations on next steps. And essentially our task was to come to the council, report these findings, and then give you a recommendation if you choose to pursue one or more of these measures, which ones we thought might merit further research to clarify their viability. Our sense right now is that the transient occupancy tax is clearly viable, based both on the strong support that we see at either the 3% or 2% level, at either either as a special tax requiring 2/3 supermajority support or as a general tax, and also based on the past support for TOT measures in Palo Alto. We do not believe that we need additional research to flesh that out at this time. We also recommend that the CFD be set aside, given how short it falls of the 2/3 supermajority support. We also don't think that option merits further research. While the public safety building is clearly a major priority for the city's infrastructure improvements, the funding options that we tested in this survey suggest that we are still well short of 2/3. And while there may be an ability with a specific financing plan in a lower amount to get to that 2/3, based on the research the city has invested in so far, we don't believe that further research is merited until you have a more concrete plan that you would feel comfortable moving forward and testing. And that leaves us with the remaining two options, the transportation bond and the sales tax increase. Both seem to have viability in this poll, but they also showed highly fluid support. And given the different ways they could be constructed, different kinds of information that could be provided to voters about their impacts, those are the two where we think additional research, if the council chooses, could potentially be helpful. Two final points in closing. We will note that in this survey we did not test another ballot measure that the city is considering moving forward with, and that's a UUT modernization measure. Our assessment was based on the fact that the vast majority of those measures, I think upwards of 95%, have won approval from the public in cities where they've been put forward. We thought it didn't need to be tested in the current survey, although we could certainly test it as context for other ballot measures if the city conducts an additional refinement survey. And we also wanted to note the potential for having multiple measures on the ballot at the same time and the impact that we think that might have on public support. While the transient occupancy tax is a distinct funding mechanism and one that seemed to have the most robust and durable support throughout the survey, and that one might be able to bear having a second measure on the ballot at the same time, support for all the other four seemed to be fluid enough and seemed to drop when voters heard the context of additional measures in a way that would lead us to recommend that those measures only be put on the ballot one at a time. And not with two simultaneously, as that might run the risk that one or both could drop below the majority required for approval. So I know that's a lot of data to hit you with. I'll hand it back to Sheila to talk about some of the conclusions and next steps, and then be happy to answer questions.
Just a few slides
Mayor, members of the council. There's just a few final slides we wanted to present to you this evening. The first one gives kind of an overview of the election requirements and the revenue that would be generated by each of the measures. We've looked here at both voter support, the general election, whether it would require in a general election, which are only held in even years, what the vote requirement is, and would just call out that for both TOT and sales tax, they can be structured either as a general tax or as a special tax requiring 2/3 approval. And also would note that for a general tax, the city could pass a expenditure plan that would look at what their intent was and how they would use those funds. And then finally, let's look here at the revenue or the funds generated by issuing debt from each of the measures and a comparison of those. The next slide looks, again, we pulled this from our last presentation where we looked at the total project cost of $180 million. We looked at some of the currently available one-time resources that could be applied to infrastructure if the council chose to make those decisions, things like the Stanford funds, our in lieu fees, the infrastructure reserve, and so forth. We also looked at total expected ongoing revenues, which is primarily consist of new hotel revenue, as well as total potential ongoing rental revenues for things like the LATP site, the public safety building, et cetera. And then for TOT, just want to clarify here the two bars. The first bar for the 2 and the 3% represent the revenue that would be generated based on the current TOT, should it be increased at that level. And then the second bar adds what we anticipate the new hotel revenue coming online would generate for a total. And then for the sales tax, again, the 36.4 representing a 1/8 cents increase, and the 36.4 additional if we would raise it by 1/4 cent. The next slide here just looks at the schedule and next steps moving forward. Depending on the council action this evening, in January of 2014, we would anticipate potentially coming back with a communication plan and a strategy. And depending on whether we pursue phase 2 surveying as either recommended by Fairbanks, Meslin, and Mullen on sales tax and transportation bond or any other information needs, we would do that in January and come back to the infrastructure committee with those recommendations. Anticipate being back before council in February with those findings as well. Using that to refine our outreach strategy and survey findings. We'd be looking to do at outreach in March and April and community meetings and other civic engagement activities. We would be looking at mailing our first informational brochure in May, and towards the end of May conducting our final tracking survey. And then in June, looking at those final survey results and making any final decisions on whether to place the measure on the November ballot. I would just note, as Jim opened with his remarks, that should council choose to bring this back to the infrastructure committee at this point tonight for additional discussion and recommendation, we would be looking at approximately a month delay in the schedule here, which would primarily condense the time in which we would have for communication and outreach. And then finally, we'll just conclude with the recommendations before council tonight, which relate back to Fairbanks, Meslin, and Mullen's recommendations based on the survey findings and recommendations. Does the council want to proceed with additional work on a TOT measure? As Dave indicated, no additional survey because those levels are so high at this time is recommended. So we would commence immediately with developing a communication and outreach plan on that, with a decision anticipated again later in the year on a final decision to place anything on a November election. At some point, we would need to, not necessarily tonight, look at whether a 2 or 3% increase is something we would pursue. The second question is, do we want to proceed with the follow-up survey on the sales tax increase? Again, that would commence in January. The same with the general obligation bond for transportation. If there's interest in pursuing that, we would begin that survey in January. And then finally, we would just pose if there's any other additional information needs or area of further study, we'd be looking for that direction now.
That concludes the presentation?
Yes. That concludes our presentation.
So we have one public speaker, Herb Borak.
Thank you, Mayor Scharf. I would like to encourage the council to get the data necessary to help you make a decision, as I've suggested, to place before the voters an amendment to utility users tax so that the largest users pay the same 5% tax on their utility charges that everybody else pays. All the voters are all residents, and they pay a 5% tax. But when the utility users tax was adopted, the largest users paid a tax of 5% only on the first part of their charges, and then it stepped down to 3% and then to 2%. And as the consultant indicated, changes to the tax should receive wide support, and they don't even require polling. And the kind of change that I'm recommending, I think, would certainly fit within that conclusion. But I believe it would be helpful to know how much money we're talking about, and also to have that historical data so the voters would know how big a tax break those largest companies have been getting for the past 25 years. Also, because of the wide support for such a tax, I believe it would not have the problem, those other 4 taxes, that it would cause voters to choose between 2 different taxes on the ballot. That is, I believe that both the hotel or transient occupancy tax and the utilities users tax to have the largest users also pay 5% like everybody else could both pass, and they wouldn't take votes away from each other. And to some extent, they both fall into something that I believe it was Senator Long used to say, don't tax you, don't tax me, tax that fellow behind the tree. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I return to council for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Price.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just wanted to ask a clarification point here. One of the statements you made was it would be inadvisable to put more than one measure on the ballot, correct? So in the process of this debate, you're really asking us potentially which of these measures. So that's my assumption. Now, the other question I have is, if you did the follow-up research and survey work for these measures now, it's certainly valid now, but how useful would that data be if that data for a particular measure did not go on the ballot in 2014? Would we have to revisit the follow-up surveys in subsequent years? Because there's a certain issue here in terms of relevance and currency of data that you're collecting. So that's a couple of questions and comments tied together.
So just a couple of thoughts, all good questions. On the first, whether we're recommending that you choose between the measures, what I would say is we are recommending that when considering any single ballot, that the TOT is the only measure that we think we're confident would withstand being paired with something else, and that the others, their support might drop off. Now, that said, the city has multiple ballots coming up next year. There is a June ballot and a November ballot. And then there are ballots in 2016. In terms of the durability of this data over that longer time frame, the 2016 electorate will be very different than the electorate we polled this year. That'll be a presidential election year, and while turnout is always high in Palo Alto, in November elections, regardless of the year, it will be somewhat higher in November 2016. And obviously, just because that's a long time away, all kinds of political and economic circumstances could have changed, which could shift support. So we would recommend that if you waited till 2016 to put a measure on the ballot, it probably would require some subsequent polling as you approached a decision point in that year to reaffirm that support is where you see it now. I will say, however, that when we compare the results of the survey work we've done this year with those that we did 5 years ago in advance of the library bond, they've been remarkably consistent, despite the economic turmoil that's taken place over those years. So it may not be drastically different, but you probably would want a reconfirmation.
And you mentioned here, there are obviously several elections, but a lot of the language here keeps leaning towards November. Given the timeline that you're talking about, the deadline for a June election seems improbable. Is that correct?
That's correct. I particularly given the relatively iffy levels of support for some of these measures, the higher turnout in November would probably be beneficial. And I'll defer to staff on whether any of the other options like the UUT or things like that are ones that might be suitable for June. I actually don't know whether that's an option that's been discussed. But I think for most of these, the November ballot would be a better option.
Councilmember Berman.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the polling results. The first thing I wanted to kind of point out is we're right on schedule as far as I can tell. I know, who knows what council is going to decide to do tonight, but sometimes the way it gets portrayed in the community is, council is going out again to figure out what they want to do, about infrastructure. This was always part of the plan. The plan was always to start big and vague and over one or two iterations, narrow it down to a specific final plan. That's where we are looking at the schedule and next steps. I'm plenty comfortable that, we're in a good place in terms of timing if we do decide to go out for another round, or if not, we're in even better shape. One quick plug, because I've been plugging it for the past year. I was happy to see the public safety voting come back at 69% at 51 million. I'm not going to fight it on there are other options, and I know that we have other ways to move forward, but 69% at 51 million, I think that's a pretty good place, and I was glad to see that, even if we're not going to go that route, which I don't think we are. I've been desperately for the past year trying to make, not year, 10 months, trying to make sense of how we can tie the revenue that we collect to the things that we spend it on. And so let me, before I just had an epiphany over my fourth cup of coffee 15 minutes ago. But before I do, before I mention that, the transportation general obligation bond, the results were pretty good. And that was, I think we phrased it that, it was for the different transportation issues. The sales tax, which was more of a medley including public safety, street sidewalks, parks, libraries, etc., was pretty good. What do you think were to happen if we were to I guess, which aspect is more important? The vehicle with which we're collecting tax, whether it be a GO bond or a sales tax, or what we're collecting it for, either the transportation matters or this medley. And what I'm getting to is the idea of a sales tax that collects for transportation matters. And the reason is, the reason we have a lot, more traffic, more people coming into town is we have more workers coming in to sell things, and we have more people coming in to buy things. And so if we were to match up a sales tax with the traffic, parking matters, transportation matters, I wonder how you think that might play, just off the top of your head.
I guess my gut reaction would be that I think the funding mechanism matters most if you are going for a 2/3 supermajority vote. Mm-hmm. That there are only a few funding mechanisms that, regardless of what they're paying for, get up into that range, mm-hmm. with the possible exception of schools, which are sort of in a class by themselves. The TOT, because it's not a direct tax on residents, and in some cases general obligation bonds, because you're authorizing borrowing rather than a specific tax. Those tend to receive higher support and get closer to the 2/3 level. My suspicion is if you had a sales tax dedicated to transportation, might pull a bit higher than the general tax we tested here, but would probably still be short of 2/3. You could, I think, pass a general mm-hmm. sales tax of the kind we described here, and then as a matter of policy as a council, decide you were going to dedicate that money to transportation. And I think that would likely be appealing to the public based on what we heard.
And that's more in line with what I was thinking. There's no reason to go for a 2/3 on a sales tax if it's not necessary. Bear with me 1 second. I'm having a brain freeze. Oh, the reason that, that I thought that was an interesting idea is if you kind of crunch the numbers, a 1/4 cent sales tax, so we're looking at a 1/4 cent sales tax increase, or an 1/8 cent, but let's say a 1/4 cent, or $116 a year on your average parcel in Palo Alto, that would, to get up to $116 for a family in Palo Alto on that sales tax increase, if my numbers are correct, and they might not be, you'd have to spend $46,400. So, that's the equivalent that I would make to folks in Palo Alto is, you're probably spending much less money on a 1/4 cent sales tax increase than you would be on a GO bond that would average out $116 a year. So that seems like a kind of logical argument if we go that route. And I don't know whether or not we're going to be making that decision tonight or at a later time. But if you do that, plus the new hotels, plus the infrastructure reserve, and the 2013 surplus, plus the City Hall police certificates of participation, gets you to the $142.5 million, which is pretty much, then we're trying to find $8 million and the Stanford funds are still out there and other things. So I'm intrigued by that idea. I didn't think about it until we got back sales tax revenue or polling that actually made it look feasible. But it's something that I'll be pushing for as a possible idea whenever we get to that point. Thanks.
Councilmember Klein.
Well, while I have one or two questions, I think I want to put out a motion because I think the proper procedure is the one that the city manager mentioned in his introductory remarks, which is not part of the four that are listed here. So I will move that the council refer this to the infrastructure committee.
Second.
The reasoning is really quite simple. The infrastructure committee is a standing committee of the council, and this is what we do. When we have the city manager introduce the budget, for example, we have a session where the city manager goes through it and we ask him general questions, and then we refer it to the finance committee. And I think that's the process we're here, the parallel here. And further, committee approach, I think, is very appropriate here. This is a very complicated issue. We've got any number of variables floating around, and if we tried to hash them all out tonight, I think plus the other items on our agenda, I would guess we'd be here till 2 or 3 in the morning.
3 at least. 3 at least.
Maybe we could do 4 to 4.
There are a lot of variables that haven't even been mentioned tonight. There's just been one slight mention of the Stanford money and how we use that. Sheila just briefly mentioned certificates of participation. We have a little more money than we previously had in our infrastructure reserve and how we're going to play that. And we still haven't decided precisely which infrastructure projects we really want to fund and what priority they are. At some point, we will have to prioritize them, whether that's a bond issue or more likely a majority approval sales form of tax increase. You still have to decide which is the first priority to spend money on, and if just pick an example, if you had a sales tax increase and the sales tax revenue fell short of what you anticipated, which project gets cut. So there's a lot more work to do than just deciding what we want to poll additionally. I think the idea, at least that's what I had in mind, and I think the city manager did as well, when we said that the results of the survey, this survey number 2, were to come to the council first, was to get some general comments, to provide some additional background to the infrastructure committee, and that the infrastructure committee would be coming back in accordance with the schedule that we have here, with some recommendation or recommendations, I have no idea, for the council to chew on and accept or modify or reject, whatever it sees fit. But I think that really to have a meaningful meeting of the council, you need to have some proposal before you to really dig into. Trying to craft that, I think, tonight would be not a good use of council time.
And briefly, I'll speak to my second. For many of the same reasons that Councilmember Klein said, I seconded his motion. There are a lot of variables here. I mean, when I first looked at this, I said to myself, well, we should just go with the TOT. But then what I heard tonight also is that we could possibly pair something with the TOT besides the UT, like the sales tax. We also have to decide if we went with a sales tax, what we would use as the companion measure. What would we say that it's going to be for? And I think Councilmember Berman's point was a good one about, is it transportation or is it that other bunch of goodies? And we need to sit down and match the dollars to what we need. And that's a very difficult process to do up here and to have that feedback. And then we do have the whole issue of the UT and putting that on the ballot and how that interacts. And we may actually want to poll on the interaction of those kind of things rather than necessary more on those 2 issues alone. I just think there's a lot of variables in here, and I don't think we can get it all done tonight, and I don't think we frankly have the time to do it all tonight. Councilmember Burt.
Well, first I want to seek my colleague's clarification on something Dave alluded to but wasn't explicit on, which is like Councilmember Berman was asking, are we necessarily intending to have a pairing of an advisory measure on any general tax measures? Is that the thinking of the committee at this point in time? Because I would want to see that, and I haven't had that clarity tonight.
So, Councilmember Burt, I will say that that's part of my thinking, but I don't believe we've actually made that discussion or discussed it at the committee. So I don't think we can answer that because the committee hasn't had that discussion. I think it's frankly been my assumption, but we haven't had the discussion.
Well, I would encourage my colleagues to weigh in on that tonight, because it goes back to this issue of what fundamental issues are discussed by the council at this time and which things may come back from the committee. And we really are at a point in time where we can just barely make a schedule, but we don't have time to change anything from what the committee might recommend. And so if we're moving in that direction, I think tonight is where we need to make sure that if we have a consensus on the council on certain aspects or principles, that we weighed in on that. It can be part of the motion. It can be clear consensus. I certainly would want to communicate to the public that if we're going to do these for infrastructure, that we will add the advisory measure and really commit ourselves to doing it.
You know, in an interest of moving things forward, Councilmember Burt, I would accept that. I don't know if Councilmember Klein would, but I would accept that way, that we have that in the motion. And
good. So I would like to add to the motion an amendment that any general fund tax measure that would be recommended by the Infrastructure Committee would include an accompanying advisory measure stating the purposes of the funds. Okay, good. Second, Dave, you touched on this issue of pairing. It sounded like you hadn't really had that as central to the questions. I'm assuming pairing two tax measures could have a very significant impact on their support in the community, and I didn't hear that loud and clear.
Yeah, so let me clarify what I was saying. I think the only measure that could withstand, that I'm confident could withstand being paired with another one, would be the TOT, because of its broad level of support and the fact that it's clearly a tax on visitors to the community. Now, that means if you had the TOT and something else on the ballot, the TOT could probably still pass. Whether that second measure might be negatively impacted by being on with the TOT.
But in your questioning, did you ask any questions that showed the sensitivity to pairing?
We did not directly ask questions that invited the participants to consider two on the ballot at the same time. I think implicitly, because we asked them about a series of 5 measures in succession, and as you saw, for nearly all of them, their support dropped once voters had been made aware of some of the other options that might be on the table. I think that confirms that the appeal of one measure on its own is likely greater than when it's paired with a second.
Well, that seems likely, and this is once again something that my sense is that we're probably fairly well aligned, that we're skeptical about putting 2 tax measures on a ballot. And I'm seeing heads nodding. What I'd just like to see is that the next go round of polling really flesh that out. And I don't know whether that needs to be part of the motion or that can be just.
I would not like to have it part of the motion, since I'm not necessarily persuaded we need more polling.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to figure out the best means to make sure that the council as a whole, if they are also concerned about the prospect of 2 measures being considered at once, that we register that concern tonight, because it's our opportunity to do so.
Well, I think we're getting into the weeds, but I would be glad to add a provision that if the Infrastructure Committee is seriously considering 2 tax measures, which I tend to doubt, be placed simultaneously on the ballot, that we will inform the council for its guidance immediately.
Great, and I hardly consider that a weed. I think that's a very important fundamental thing, but fortunately I think we're all pretty, in all likelihood, aligned, but it ain't hardly a weed in my book. I would also like to ask staff if, when we've looked at the sales tax option, have we had any consideration of sensitivity on any large sales tax generators who might be influenced on Palo Alto as a sales tax location should we go to a 0.25% increase?
Yeah. We've done no analysis of along those lines at this point.
Okay, well, I would like to see that if we are pursuing sales tax consideration, that we have that determination made as well. And once again, if we've got consensus, I don't need to try and put it into motion, but I'm seeing some heads nodding, and I just want to make sure that's would be part of any sales tax consideration. Mr. Borak raised this issue about a long-standing discount on our utilities users tax for large utility users. And do we have any idea of the dollar amounts that we're talking about if the large utility users were taxed at the same rate as all other utility users?
It's a considerable amount. It's probably close to $500,000.
Around $500,000 a year. That's right.
So about $10 million a year total on the UT collection, so that would be the change.
And I noticed that this was the, 89 measure, the utility users tax, is that right? When I went through, I forget. But the thresholds for those percentages were fixed on dollar amounts. And they had no inflation escalator. So somebody who was limited to a 3% tax, it's actually been driven downward. The net present value of that is less utility. So we've actually brought the discount into a greater pool. And smaller companies are now benefiting from that same discount than when it was supported by the voters. I think it's something worth looking at because it would require a vote of the people to change it. I'm a little hesitant to throw that in this because it ends up being a pairing, even if it's a good idea to reconsider it. So I'd like the committee to just, and the staff to look at that a little bit more. It's an interesting concept. And then at our last council meeting, I raised this issue about being interested in a future business license tax, not for infrastructure per se, but to fund the TDM program that we spent a great deal of time earlier about. We're less far along in that process, but it occurs to me that one, we're basically, if we're eliminating pairing on a 2014 ballot, then we basically, and we can't, and that would be, if that was a general election measure of a simple majority with an advisory vote, then we're kicking that down, the funding for our TDM program, or at least that prospective funding, we're kicking it down the road to 2016. And I think we need to think about that. If other colleagues have other clear ways to accomplish what we're now so committed to doing, then I'm real interested in hearing them. So that's something that I think I'd like the committee to and the staff to give some consideration to. And so I think that covers my primary questions for now.
Seeing no further lights, we could vote on the board unless someone wants to.
Ask a quick question of staff.
It's got to be really brief.
It's brief. So Pat brings up a good point in regards to implications for sales tax and different constituents in town. What outreach have we done to anybody who might be impacted by, the TOT increase or, any of these things? Have we done outreach to our business community to talk to them about these, hear their concerns, anything like that? Or has that not really happened yet?
Councilmember Berman, no, we have not done any outreach to the business community as of yet. We would anticipate beginning that in the early part of next year and undergoing an aggressive engagement strategy depending on the measure we pursue.
Well, I'd love to get them to engage before we before we narrow down to the measure. I think hearing from them should be an important facet in our decision. And so to the extent that we can reach out to them soon and
I think we can do that.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it's safe to say, though, that the awareness on the part of hoteliers about the TOT conversation, we can pretty much assume that they're cognizant of that. So the outreach would be of a different nature than the sales tax question at large, which is a much broader group, obviously, and is just emerging really now in this conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. On page 285 of the packet, you have a chart there that says transportation bond, how many in favor of it, and then you say positive message and negative message. Is it page 21 of your slides? Yes. I don't get why in all these trends, the positive message usually goes down and the negative message goes down even further.
Right.
And you would think they would offset each other.
Yeah. The reason is because in addition to the positive messages, in between the first number and the second number, the respondents were also read the 4 alternative ballot measures. So whereas first they heard about the transportation bond and that was the only thing they were considering, by the time we got to the positive messages, they knew that a sales tax, a TOT, all these other items were possibilities.
What about the negative message?
Well, the negative message is designed to further drive down support, and there was nothing intervening between the positive and the negative. So that's really giving you a good, clear indication.
But they have heard the positive.
They have, yes.
So the implication is you're much more articulate on the negative.
That's the way it seems to work in our world, is negative gets a lot more attention.
Yeah. I mean, second question on page 279, 15 of your slides. You have the pro and con arguments for the TOT. And there you give a description of a lot of different services that would be benefited by the TOT. Whenever we talk about scenarios, though, you talk about COPs. Now, COPs mean that you take revenues from something like the TOT and apply it to that. Can you do that if it's a general tax, or does that make it a special tax, a 2/3 tax?
I don't think there's any issue with dedicating a revenue stream that's come into being as a general tax to support COPs.
As long as it's a general, as long as it's a general tax, it can be used towards a COP, even if we had a sales tax.
After your ballot statement says we're going to use it for police services and parks, it seems to me you're misusing a ballot argument.
Well, just to clarify, the description says it would fund essential improvements to public facilities like, and then list some examples. And this is not the ballot description we read people. This is the statement that supporters might say. So with knowledge that the council, as a matter of policy, said it was going to spend the money on infrastructure, that's where that argument comes from. In the language that we used to describe it as a potential ballot measure, we were careful to say to provide funding for general city services such as, which is fairly standard language for a general tax.
Okay, so there's no problem then, and then a month later, voting to use the proceeds of that tax for one specific capital investment. Okay. City attorney is happy with that?
Yes, Councilmember Schmidt. Once a revenue source is coming into the city into the city's general revenue for general municipal purposes, the council has discretion in deciding how it's to be used. If it's irrevocably pledged to support COPs, that's a different situation. But we can structure the COPs in a manner that allows them to accept those general proceeds. I think that your question really though goes to a question about transparency in terms of the statements on the ballot and ensuring that they are in fact straightforward in terms of informing the public of the council's intention. And that obviously from a policy standpoint is an important thing to do as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Holman?
Yes, just briefly. I want to follow up on Councilmember Burt's comment about business license tax. I'm not necessarily committed to a tax, but I would like to know what the committee has to say about that. I am committed to a registry for sure, but if that's the primary way that it appears that we could support a TDM program, then I would want to know that from committee. And then the other thing, well, at least potentially from committee, but the other thing is the timing. I have some concern that this is going to go to committee and come back to us. I think somebody else alluded to this too, that when this comes back from committee, that we aren't just like, okay, we have no time to do anything else. We have to take the committee's recommendation. The council really isn't making a fully informed decision on its own. It's just having to take the committee's recommendation because of timing. So I don't know what the timing is, but that's a concern, and I'm hoping that will be taken into regard when the schedule is rolled out.
If we could vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. And now if we're on to item number 9. There's a recommendation from Policy and Services. It was a unanimous vote at Policy and Services. If we could have a brief staff presentation, very brief. Larry did. No, Larry did. You just had it wrong. I saw that up there.
Is it EV? Or resident?
I hope so. So we have 2 speakers from the public. 3, right?
Number 9.
Number 9.
That's EV. Thank you.
There you go, sir.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah, do you want me to wait?
Mr. Mayor,
We're ready?
can we get started? Thank you.
Absolutely. Just keep going.
Mr. Pernajad?
Good evening. Thank you for your time. A quick and brief introduction to the item. This item came before you back in September, was forwarded to Policy and Services, where we talked about trying to make Palo Alto the most friendly EV community in the world. So with that direction, we went proudly to the Policy and Services Committee with our first of multiple phase approach to get something on before the council before the end of the year. Our efforts were realized in the creation of an ordinance that we took to Policy and Services that would require all new single-family homes to place to put in the appropriate circuitry for electric vehicle charging. We took that item to Policy and Services. Before you on the presentation above are the 8 recommendations or direction that was provided to staff by council. We were able to take action on a few of these. Mostly of note was the one where we brought the ordinance to the Policy and Services Committee and received favorable direction from them to bring it back to the council. We wanted to note a couple things that came out of that. I won't go over the entire presentation as I did to Policy and Services, but just in quick recap of some of the highlights. One of the questions that came up was how expensive or what would be the cost of a system like this to go into a new home. We took a very conservative assumption of about $500 on the very high end. Probably much less when you're talking about new construction. As the walls are open, it's easy to require and place the necessary conduit and panel sizing. We were asked how many homes per month are approved in Palo Alto. We went back for a number of years. Oops.
Number 6.
Thank you. And came up with about 10 homes on average per month. About 110 homes per year are approved in Palo Alto. These are new single-family residentials. A lot of them are tear down and rebuilds, but they would be required to install the EVs, the EV-ready circuitry. We were also asked we were noted that this touches a relatively small number of homes, and as a result, in talking to our EVSE task force, some of which may be in the audience tonight, we committed to revisiting this policy after we've had a chance to look at it and determine whether the effects are making a positive enough impact, and we will be glad to bring this back to Council and also to Policy and Services for further review and possibly making it a little bit more aggressive in our requirements. And we also have the plan to come back to Council first part of next year to talk about how we may require EV to be installed in existing types of construction, including commercial, mixed use, hotels, and in the public right-of-way. There was a question about the number of tickets issued to cars illegally parked in the EV charging stations. I'm going to ask that Jessica come up and address that quickly if it be of the Council's pleasure. But with that, that would conclude my brief remarks. And with that, Jessica.
Good evening. Jessica Sullivan, Parking Manager. So, Peter, the question was on the number of tickets that we're issuing on an annual basis.
Maybe you can clarify to the Council exactly what the direction was. That they were.
Oh, yeah. I think the direction on this item was actually around the perception that, especially in some of our public garages, like Civic Center, looks like there's a lot of folks parking there for longer than the 3-hour time allotment. And we think that is the case. I think that PD has recognized there's an issue with some of the signage. So we are taking the measure of changing out the signage. We're going to be adding a clarification on the color zone above all of the EV signage, and then also change the signage to address the 3-hour time limit, so it is clearly that should be enforced that way. Yeah. Peter, I think does that address the question? Thank you.
And that would summarize our comments.
Thank you. Now we go to the public. Our first speaker is Sven Thiessen, to be followed by Richard Castle.
Set up a PowerPoint to show on that board. A very short presentation. I asked all of my EV friends not to attend because you guys had already been to the parking castle. It's under the C.
Could you point to it, Sven?
C right over there.
This one?
Interesting, the laser
right there.
Here, it's underneath the C in city. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. So just to clarify, we're actually opening the public hearing?
Yes. That's why it's a 3-minute update, so that's why
Good.
I would love to run that. Okay. So in essence, we talk about 2012 EV adoption being about 1,000 vehicles.
Stand over by the mic.
We talk about 2012 EV adoption being about 1,000 vehicles a month. We were actually approaching 4% penetration in California now with electric vehicles. The total cost of ownership is actually dropping for a conventional vehicle. The total cost of ownership for an EV now is cheaper than a conventional vehicle when you include all of the costs. I don't think the laser pointer won't show on there. Yeah, it won't show on there. Okay, but on the far left-hand side, you can see $37,000 for a 2013 Leaf. An average conventional is $44,000. What does this mean? When we look at how many electric vehicles we plan to have by 2025, where we are right now is that lower little golden star on the presentation, and where we plan to be at the top. 1.5 million vehicles. We need to start moving now to get infrastructure and to charge these. What does that do to our electrical system? This is stolen from San Diego Gas and Electric, and you can see on the far right-hand side, rate 3, their daytime pricing to charge your electric vehicle was 6 times more expensive than their nighttime charging. And what did that do? That drove to over 80% of the people to charge at night because they got it. They did a great education campaign, and plus had this very strong pricing signal to move people that way. What does that mean when you look at actual electric utilities? San Diego Gas and Electric is on the lower right-hand side. You can see at midnight they suddenly start to charge. Nashville, Tennessee, where they don't have a time of use rate like Palo Alto, they're charging when they get home. What does that mean? When they get home, they plug their car in with something that looks like this.
This is from Dr. Mark Duval at EPRI. You may know Electric Power Research Institute here in Palo Alto. And again, he focuses on where do we want to put the infrastructure in the residential, because that's where the cars are parked the majority of the time. And that's what we're doing right now. And he also talks about it being very expensive to do these modifications. This is what Palo Alto looks like right now when you do this is called plug share. These are the electric cars. The blue are residences where people said, hey, I have a charger at my house. Come charge for free, and you can call them and go to their house and charge there for free. Because it gives their addresses, I took 10 of the homes just for chargers like this, and then went to the permitting section and said, do these people have a permit? And over 50% of them did not. And the reason why is because we have a permitting fee of $249 for residents, is just the fee to install this, versus a dryer outlet. And if I have a dryer outlet, I can plug this in with this cord to a dryer outlet for free. The dryer outlet costs $5. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, sure, go ahead.
First, Sven, can we get copies of those slides?
They're
okay. But no, I mean electronic. I got a little bitty one here.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, they've been submitted. Tabitha's got them.
And you were, I think, were you saying that our fee structure for the same 208 is significantly less for instance, a dryer?
Right. So I take this cord right here and unplug the 110 charger, and I can plug this into a dryer outlet now and charge at 24 miles an hour, 6.6 kilowatt, without just plugging it right into a dryer outlet and charge away. And that's what a lot of people do. When you buy an electric car, you get this portable electric vehicle charging equipment with your car. So when you can bring the car home and charge at 110, and then you can have it modified in Berkeley at a startup for $300 and convert this to a $1,000 device and charge a dryer outlet. Yes. And so the dryer outlet is $5 to install a dryer outlet, and it's $249 to have this thing wired in.
Thank you.
And it's even worse for commercial facilities. Same thing.
Thank you.
Richard Castle, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
I'm Richard Castle, 621 Wellsbury Way. First, I want to commend you for taking up this thing, this EV charger for new single-family dwellings, and I hope very much that you will pass this ordinance. However, I, as an electrical engineer, have a few minor problems with it, and the problems are the requirements for the 100-amp raceway and the 50-amp feeder. The problem is that, let me remind you that raceways, what they're really used for, they're really used to protect wire. They aren't normally installed for pulling wire other than in very complicated situations. So under a new construction, raceways are only used for protection of wire. And so the result is there are almost no raceways in anybody's house, because nowhere do you actually need this as you install your electrical wiring in your house. Yet this requirement is you're going to make it required. And even if the person that's building this house wants to put in a charger to begin with, you're going to force him to put in a raceway, cost extra money, cost extra complication, and the result is that you are, in fact, discouraging the use of installing chargers at the beginning. The electrons themselves don't know the difference, as he just pointed out, between your dryer and the EV charger, and therefore there shouldn't be any difference in installing wiring in your house when you buy a new house. You shouldn't require something special for the chargers, which you are not requiring for the other equipment. So I would hope that you would pass this ordinance and make an amendment that will allow people, when they originally build the house, to put in the wires as they would for any other piece of equipment, and not require them to put them in a raceway, unless they're not going to put in the wires. The other slight problem is this 50 amp feeder. Now I know everybody in Palo Alto is going to have a Tesla, and so they're going to need a 50 amp feeder. But the net result is that you're forcing everyone to have a 200 amp input main, because the 50 amp will require, by the National Electric Code, will require you to put in a 200 amp service. And I thought in this town we were trying to emphasize using less electricity rather than to put in bigger services for everybody. Thank you.
Stephanie Munoz.
Thank you very much for putting in the postulated costs that might come up to. It seems to me that the council is pretty cavalier in deciding what people ought to put on their houses. There's the art that's going to be 1% for the public buildings. People might have a different idea that would also be an alternate for saving energy. For instance, people might prefer for that cost to install solar, because everybody can use energy in the house and not everybody is going to use an electric car. It seems a bit ironic that we're going to so much trouble to get people to ride on bicycles and walk, and yet we're looking forward to more cars. It seems as if that hasn't been too well thought out. I would say the carrot versus the stick would be better. That that people should have what doesn't cost too much. You might just as well put in anyway. That makes a lot of sense. The second thing is the electric car is not all beer and Skittles. I just a couple of days ago, I read in an environmental article that talks about the whole life of the car, the getting rid of it, and making the energy to produce it. And if you add it all up, it's not as much of a savings as you might think. And so, I would hope that a little bit more study would go into it, looking at the downside of it, because apparently there is a downside to it, besides the fact that it's costly. And that's my, but I remember that Palo Alto Utilities has encouraged me to spend a few pennies more for better energy from wind and sun. But it seems to me somewhat inconsistent that Palo Alto, where you would expect it to subsidize the solar installation, which definitely is over the life of a building is a huge savings, has a big permit fee that other cities don't. But that's not the main reason.
Right.
The main thing is that if you have solar or solar hot water heating, that over the course of the life of the building, everybody has to use that. And not everybody is going to get an electric car. Thank you.
Sustainability guy go.
Thank you. And now we'll return to council for questions, comments, and motions. And we'll kick off with Councilmember Niss, who's the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to be moving the recommendation tonight, which is, of course, that we've done the public hearing, and I hope we'll adopt the attached ordinance. The ordinance is here on page 340. The only aspect of it that I want to address, because it was discussed in committee, was the aspect of the raceway. And rather than approach Peter about this, the raceway and the actual price, and I think Mr. Castle had a very good point. I have to confess, I'm not an electrical engineer. I happen to live with one, however. And I understand the question of a raceway is certainly contentious. So I would like to move this tonight and at the same time ask that we have, if necessary, a modification on that. I'm equally concerned because Sven has brought forward that there are a number of places in town, and I have friends who have those, who have not paid to have anything installed. So we may have, kind of an underground going on for electrical outlets, and I think we should find out about that. But in the meantime, I'll move this because I think it does take us a step closer to being that, first city in the nation to be so completely green. And I think moves us in a really good direction.
Okay. That's seconded by,
I think I've already spoken to my motion, Mr. Mayor.
fair enough, by Councilmember Klein.
I have nothing to add.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Shepherd.
Oh, I'm fine. I just think doesn't staff want to.
Councilmember Burt. Oh, yes, I'll get that. Before we go to you, Councilmember Burt, I apologize. Staff asked that they weigh in on something.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just come to our attention that some of the versions of both item 9 and item 10, it appears that maybe the version that the website links to is an older version of the ordinance. So for public notice purposes, we would like to summarize what it is that the two ordinances involve so that the public is aware if they have printed off an older version and have that with them. The material that the council has in their packet is accurate and is the ordinance that we are recommending for passage tonight. So I'm going to ask Deputy City Attorney Albert Yang to go ahead and summarize the correct version of the ordinance for the public.
Okay, so the version that is, I believe, is linked on the website is an older version. It offers two options, either the provision of a 50 amp outlet or panel capacity and raceway. The version before the council tonight requires the 50 amp circuit and a raceway that is sufficient to accommodate a 100 amp circuit.
Thank you very much. I think, though, that I clarified that I would like us to look again at the raceway for the reasons that were stated tonight.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, Councilmember Burt.
Just first to follow up on that, given that the public had already spoken to what was perhaps, not likely, an older version, do we need to provide the public any opportunity to speak on the corrected version?
Well,
I don't think it'll occur. I don't think it'll change comments, perhaps.
I think that the nature of the two versions is sufficiently similar that there isn't a public notice problem. But if anyone feels strongly about that and would like to ask the mayor for grounds to speak again.
I saw Sven with your hand up. Briefly, if you want to take 1 minute, I'll allow anyone who wants to speak to the corrected version for 1 minute. Then I'm going to close the public hearing.
It would be great to have it so that if you installed a 208, 240 volt wire rated at 100 amps and ignore the raceway component from your panel rated at 50 amps, that would be wonderful. And terminate in a receptacle, because we also added the term receptacle as well. Okay, that's in there. Okay, thank you. That'd be great, because that would solve Liz's problem about raceway or not. And you'd have the wire in, it'd be 100 amp rated. You could expand to your Tesla or other vehicles, but limited at the panel at 50. That'd be wonderful. Richard, are you with? Okay.
Okay, so
apparently we have a committee motion on this.
So I suspect that even if the merits of the recommendations from the public speakers are strong, we're not prepared on the fly and don't have the expertise here to really render judgment on that. So what would be the process to, if we were going to have a subsequent revision to this on a couple of aspects? Is that going to be relatively simple once we've adopted this, or?
So the procedure that we follow in Palo Alto, if there are minor amendments the council wants to direct, they can be brought back on a second reading. And then when the clerk's office prepares the packet for the second reading, they do include a short report that calls out the changes and the new version. If there are significant changes that involve public notice issues, we would recommend that the council put the item on for a new first reading and then have a subsequent second reading.
Excuse me, I also understand the question, though, could apply this way. The council proceeds with adopting the ordinance now, has a second reading, and the ordinance goes into effect. In the course of doing detailed follow-up in 3 or 4 months, we find out, oh, here are some changes that actually ought to be done. Obviously, you're looking at the number, we had the data on the number of houses, that are coming on a monthly basis. Presumably, they would, wherever they were in the process, they'd proceed with the ordinance as we had drafted, and if we wanted to come back, we would be amending the ordinance again, and it would be basically go through a subsequent first and second reading of the new amended ordinance.
That's great.
Okay, so I'm comfortable with that direction because I think we may need some refinements here. I want to include in those future considerations. I want to understand what are the implications of this triggering the need for a 200 amp service to every home. That may be significant. I'm very enthusiastic about the direction we're going, and I want to make sure that we're just thinking things through in a sound way. And finally, I'm concerned about this issue on the permit fee and the comparison to other equivalent hookups, basically being not comparable fees. And we didn't get a chance to hear tonight from Peter about whatever streamlining initiatives we have on the permitting of this, which I've heard are still problematic and perhaps more significant than what we're doing tonight. So I don't want to belabor things this evening, but I want to make sure that we have that process, that it's going to come back and have reporting on each of those things, and we'll have subsequent opportunities to fix what isn't right, basically.
I feel comfortable that staff has that in hand, but I think the most important thing is that we are going to require on new buildings and any remodels that whatever it is we end up with recommending is put into place for the electric vehicle. So we're clear on that. And I want to make sure it's also incorporated into the motion.
You said remodels. We were only speaking to new, not to remodels. This ordinance.
Yes, but you also spoke essentially of tear downs. So I think we've got to include.
That's correct.
We've got to include that at the same time. So let's make sure that that's.
Okay, so let me just add that when we have reconsideration in subsequent months, I would also like to see an analysis of what should trigger this upgrade for EV wiring shy of a complete teardown.
And we'll be glad to bring that back to council.
Okay, and I'll wait until that time to address it.
Councilmember Holman.
Well, I've listened to this discussion, and it just seems to me like we're kind of being the whirling dervish here. We're going to enact something, and then we're going to have a second reading of it, and then we're going to come back in 3 or 4 months with changes to it. And it just seems like it's a lot of extra effort, and even now it's like what the permit fees are. So I would move to continue this item until these issues can be addressed.
And that fails for lack of a second. I'm ready to vote. I don't see any lights. Councilmember Schmidt, you didn't have your light on, right? Okay. Let's vote. And that passes unanimously.
Thank you all. I think that's a significant move forward, and I know that Sven and Richard, you're really going to track this, and thank you for that. Our next recommendation from the Policy Committee, I think, will be somewhat. I should have waited for you. Go right ahead.
It's fine. I was just going to say, we have a staff report on this. If we could keep it brief again, that'd be great. And I know you wanted to do the thing right off because you have a link issue. Well, in that case, I'll let Liz talk while you do that.
I was just warming up. This one seemed relatively simple. Is it going to get more difficult as we go along? Good.
Do you want to start with the presentation and then come back to them? Why don't we get that done?
So again, this item came to the council the same. Excuse me, sorry.
He's on.
City Council directed staff to come back to them with an ordinance that would impose penalties and fines on expired permits. We did just that, took it back to Policy and Services for consideration, implemented some of their recommendations, and have before you a recommendation for the adoption of an ordinance that would require that all residential projects that expire be subject to potential fines and fees after expiration. In summary, the council directed staff to look at residential projects specific on a complaint basis. We looked at commercial projects just by direction to see if there was a problem. We identified and relayed this back to policy and services that since 2003, approximately 11 commercial projects were not finalized. This is relatively minor. None of those have turned into complaints, and we don't think that there is an issue. We're based on the data that we need to pursue any kind of action on a commercial side. That's why we focused on the residential. We have the ordinance in draft form, and it's before you for recommendation tonight. Essentially, the building code itself has language that requires that all permits expire after 180 days and provides the building official the ability to extend that once and then twice under consideration. Under this ordinance, we would have similar language that would piggyback upon that, and essentially after the third, the chief building official would have the ability to extend the expired permit 3 times before we would have to come back to council. That was a recommendation from Policy and Services. Also, if the fines were to exceed $10,000, that would also need to come back to City Council for review and approval. The penalties are such that after the permit has been expired for more than 31 days, the chief building official has the right to impose fees up to $200 per day. After the 61st day through the 120th day, he would have the right, or she would have the right, to impose the fees up to $400 per day. And after the 121st day, it would be $800. So progressively more rigorous fees would be imposed. There is some language that provides some flexibility for the chief building official in the event that there were circumstances beyond the owner's control, contractor delays, other type things, and we would use sound discretion to ensure that that wasn't being abused, and work cooperatively with our code enforcement unit. And so with that, I have staff here that have more technical understanding, including Albert, on the legal issues and implications, but would open it up for questions.
And now we'll go out to the public. Our first speaker is open the public comment. Oh, Albert, are you ready? We'll do that first.
Yeah, before we get to public comment, I feel like we should discuss the differences between potentially the version on the website and the version for the council. In short, the version before the council incorporates the direction of the Policy and Services Committee. So in Section 2 of the ordinance, the chief building official is limited to granting 3 extension permits, with additional extensions going to the council. And in Section 3 of the ordinance, the chief building official is limited to reductions or waivers of up to $10,000, with larger reductions or waivers going to the council.
Thank you. Now we'll open the public hearing, and we'll call up Stephanie Munoz to be followed by Joe Hirsch.
Good evening, council members. I happened to be here the evening that the people brought in the photographs and the complaints that have led to this proposed ordinance. And it seems to me it was exclusively on the basis of the appearance of this, of the unfinished construction. The appearance and, to some degree, the nuisance, although I did not hear anybody saying that it was an attractive nuisance and that the kids were climbing over it and were likely to break their necks. It was because of the photographs, it definitely seemed to be something having to do with appearance. And so I think it would be a lot more fair if you had, as a principle, the length of time that people would be allowed to uglify the surroundings, because I could see that the people across the street were in fact suffering for months and months and months. But as for not finishing the the mere fact that you have to renew a permit or take it out it's already a disincentive. I think you need to take into consideration already that there is some inequity in the permit system. The state of California has a law that you are not supposed to charge for permit fees more than the cost of checking them out and enforcing them. In other words, you are not supposed to use them as a cash cow. And that is that's a rule that I think is widely disregarded. People, especially, I'd like to tell you, and I don't have time in 3 minutes, about my experiences with the city of, we have a rental in Mountain View. And beginning with the time when I said, I'd like to upgrade the electricity, thinking I would get, and could you tell me what's newly required now that wasn't required 60 years ago? Oh, we don't tell you that, he said. And the conversation went downwards from that point. You really have to give people some credit for doing the best thing that for their house. And I think confine yourself to what affects the community. Yes, if it's an eyesore, it affects the community. If it's a hazard, it affects the community. But I don't think you should automatically assume that you can just haul off and make any law you want. Thanks.
Joe Hirsch.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I've passed out some photographs for you to look at tonight. That is a picture of a home on Old Adobe Road on the other side of the Foothill Expressway. It has two 3-car garages, so 6 garages in total. I believe the garage on the right-hand side with 3 garages was stuccoed because there was some complaint by the neighbor who was building an absolutely beautiful home to the right of that building. This is an area where the homes are clearly multi-million dollars, and I think something on the order of maybe somewhere between $3 and $12 million or $10 million. As you can see, the 3-car garage on the right-hand side has no stucco. This has been existing for something on the order of 8 to 10 years. I'm on that street roughly once or twice a week, every week throughout the year. I sort of sense there's something wrong with that a house can exist like that, partially completed for such a long period of time. So I think this ordinance is needed. I don't know whether the penalties are the right amount or will achieve the right result, but I would hope that it would catch a home like this that has been languishing for completion for the better part of a decade. There are no garage doors, and of course the 3-car garage on the left-hand side, as you can see, has no stucco at all. For a long time, the garage doors, at least on the 3-car garages to the left, were just canvas material that were flapping in the breeze. I talked with your code enforcement officer for that side of town, and I think the bottom line result is that they got some better canvas and they put some wood at the bottom so it doesn't flap in the breeze. But once again, my sense is that we should not, in this town, allow something like that to exist as long as it has. And I hope that whatever ordinance you enact, and I support an ordinance to do something against property like this, will cover this home as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we return to council for questions, comments, and motions, and we close the public hearing. Councilmember Niss.
So again, let me begin with a motion on this, which is to move the staff recommendation. And also remind you, the night that we first began discussing this was
So
when...
wait, did you just move the staff recommendation? Okay, second.
I did.
Okay, now you can speak.
Thank you. Well, actually, I was going to add a little more of it, but to give you the background, it was when Mayor Woolley came, and she was concerned about what's exactly in the council direction, so that this would do just what Joe Hurst mentioned, which would talk about these projects in a timely manner, which includes that imposition of time limits. We had a very long discussion about this, now that I do have a second, correct?
You do.
And there was, just to mention, there was a lot of discussion about what happens if someone either has a financial problem or if they had trouble getting the whatever happened to be holding it up, and how that would transpire. And I think this is laid out pretty clearly. And also, the intent was not to really burden the person who is building the house, but to protect those who are around that person. So I think this is laid out pretty clearly, and it does amend the municipal code. And with that second, I hope we can support it and move on.
Councilmember Holman, would you like to speak to your second?
No, I don't think I really need to. It's all been said.
Okay. Councilmember Vice Mayor Shepherd.
Well, first off, thank you very much for the hard work on this. I live in the same neighborhood as former Mayor Woolley. The situation that's going on in Southgate cannot be saved with this ordinance. Neither can the illustration that we've seen with the pictures. I don't believe that we can go back in after this is for ongoing falling out of a permit. And just to correct any public comment about what has happened with our particular neighborhood and situation on this, the rebar is still sticking straight up out of the foundation, has been for 6 or 7 years. Kids do crawl down into it. There is incidences where the neighbors have to go and try to patrol it from time to time when they hear odd noises going on in the middle of the night. And I think although we still are trying to be diligent about, I still see the neighborhood trying to be diligent about getting this back on track for construction, that this is exactly what we are trying to relieve our communities from having. And so thank you for the work on this, and thank you for the support on this motion and this ordinance.
Councilmember Price.
Wanted to thank the community for bringing these properties to our attention, and just make the comment again, this isn't just visual nuisance, the importance of completing projects. There are major health and safety issues around these properties where there are children and teenagers who may be crawling around on the roof and climbing into these basements. So that prompted us, in addition to these other items, to bring this forward. And again, I wanted to thank the community.
All right, if we could vote on the board. And that passes unanimously.